echoes of the Sidhe dedication to the whispering winds of Ireland, the ancient stones that hold secrets, and the silver stag that guides us through the shadows. This story is woven from the threads of Celtic myth and magic, a testament to the enduring power of nature, the strength of the human spirit, and the timeless beauty of a land that sings with ancient lore. It is dedicated to all those who seek the magic in the everyday, who listen to the whispers of the wind, and who find solace in the heart of the ancient earth. It is a tribute to the women who have shaped our past and inspire our future, the women who have courageously navigated trials, fought for balance, and protected the fragile harmony of the world around them. May their legacies live on, resonating through the generations, like the haunting melody of a banshee's cry, a reminder of the power within each of us to awaken the magic that sleeps within our hearts and the earth beneath our feet. Let this tale be a whisper on the wind, carried across the moors and through the valleys, reaching all those who yearn to connect with the ancient spirit of Ireland and the enduring magic that pulses within her heart. May this story serve as an invitation to embrace the mystery, to respect the ancient ways, and to find the strength within to face the darkness with unwavering courage and the hope that even in the deepest shadows, a silver stag's guidance and a whispered lullaby can restore the balance and awaken the dormant magic of our souls. For in the depths of the earth and the heart of the human spirit, the magic never truly fades. It waits patiently, ready to be rekindled by those with the courage to seek it out. This book is a small offering to those who dare to dream, to believe, and to listen to the ancient songs of the land. Awaken, awakening, the chill wind, a mournful sigh across the emerald hills of Ireland, stirred the ancient stones of Awaif's village. Each weathered granite block seemed to weep, its surface slick with a dew that wasn't of rain. Awaif, barely a woman, felt the same damp chill seep into her bones, a mirroring of the despair that gnawed at her heart. The magic, the ancient, vibrant magic that pulsed through the land, was fading. The power of the Tuatha De Danann, the otherworldly beings who had once shaped this land, was dwindling to a whisper. A darkness, cold and insidious, was creeping across the land, threatening to swallow the light. She had felt it for months, a slow, insidious draining, a dimming of the vibrant energy that had always hummed beneath her feet. The vibrant green of the hills seemed muted, the songs of the birds less joyous. The very air itself heavy with a sense of impending loss. It was a feeling shared by the elders, a collective unease that clung to the village like clinging mist. But a wife, with her young heart and fierce spirit, felt it more acutely, a deep personal sorrow for the land she loved. The ancient stones, silent witnesses to centuries of magic, seemed to cry out in silent agony, their sorrow a palpable weight upon her soul. The whispers of the wind, usually a comforting murmur through the tall grasses, now carried a sense of unease, a premonition of the coming storm. They spoke of forgotten prophecies, of a looming darkness that threatened to consume all. A wife, a young druidess, steeped in the ancient lore of her people, understood the gravity of the situation. The weakening of the Tuatha De Danan's power was not merely a dimming of the lights, it was a unraveling of the very fabric of existence, a breach in the delicate balance between the mortal and supernatural realms. That night, as a sliver of moon cast long shadows across her small cottage, a waif was visited by a vision, not a dream, not a figment of her imagination, but a clear, vivid glimpse into the future, a pathway illuminated by a shimmering silver stag, its antlers, majestic and glowing, pointed towards the whispering woods, a place of ancient power and hidden mysteries. The stag, a creature of myth and legend, a symbol of the other world, was her guide. Its image burned into her soul, leaving her with an unshakable conviction she was the one to restore the balance. The silver stag's image, radiant and impossibly real, pulsed with an inner light, a magical essence that resonated deep within her soul. It was a call to action, a summons to a quest that would test her courage, her wisdom, and her very essence. The vision left her breathless, the weight of responsibility heavy upon her young shoulders. Yet there was no fear, only a burning determination, a fierce resolve to face the unknown. The next morning, with a heart pounding, with a mixture of fear and excitement, Awife prepared for her journey. She gathered essential herbs and amulets, tools of her craft, imbued with the protective power of ancient spells. She chose a simple staff, its head carved from the wood of an ancient oak, a symbol of her connection to the land. She knew this wouldn't be a mere walk in the woods. This was a pilgrimage, a descent into the heart of the mythical world. Before leaving her village, Awefi sought the blessing of the oldest woman in the community, a woman whose life spanned several generations, a living repository of ancient knowledge. The old woman, her eyes clouded with age, yet sparkling with wisdom, placed a hand upon Awaifa's head, her touch imbued with an ancient power. She spoke of the Tuatha De Danann, their ancient power fading, their whispers growing weaker, their protection waning. The balance is threatened, child, the old woman whispered, her voice raspy yet strong, and only you can restore it. The silver stag will guide you, but the path will be fraught with peril. Trust your instincts, follow your heart, and never forget the strength that lies within you. With the elder's blessing echoing in her ears, Awif stepped out into the world, her heart filled with a mixture of trepidation and unwavering resolve. The whispering woods lay ahead, a place of both beauty and danger, a gateway to the magical realm that held the key to her homeland's salvation. The wind whispered her name, urging her on, carrying with it the faint but persistent scent of pine and the mysterious perfume of the other world. As she walked deeper into the woods, the light began to dim, the vibrant colors of the day giving way to the shadowy hues of twilight. The familiar sounds of nature, the songs of birds, the rustling of leaves, were replaced by an eerie silence, punctuated by the occasional snap of a twig under her feet. The trees, ancient and gnarled, seemed to lean in, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of ancient magic. Oif felt a shift in the atmosphere, a tangible change in the very fabric of reality. She wasn't just walking through a forest. She was walking through the threshold of another world, a realm where the veil between the mortal and supernatural was thin and easily pierced. The whispers of the wind intensified, carrying tales of forgotten gods and ancient battles, secrets that echoed through the centuries. The further she ventured, the more pronounced the change became. The trees themselves seemed to communicate, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only Awif could begin to understand. She felt a presence all around her, a watchful gaze from unseen eyes, a silent companionship that both thrilled and terrified her. This wasn't merely a journey through a physical landscape, it was a journey through the subconscious of the land itself. The forest was alive, a breathing entity that reflected the land's weakening spirit. Suddenly, a chilling wail pierced the silence, a sound so mournful and haunting that it sent a shiver down Awif's spine. The wail, a lament from a soul lost in sorrow and despair, echoed through the trees, weaving itself into the very fabric of the forest. The banshee, a harbinger of death and foreboding, had made its presence known. The chilling sound was more than just a warning. It was a desperate cry for help, a plea to restore the balance before it was too late. Alfie felt a surge of determination, a bolstering of her resolve. She would not be deterred. She would face whatever challenges lay ahead. The banshee's cry was a challenge, but it was also a promise of the power that awaited her. Should she succeed, the path ahead was treacherous, but Awaf walked on, her determination a burning light in the deepening twilight. Her journey had begun. Encounter with the banshee. The wail echoed again, a keening cry that seemed to claw at the very fabric of the forest. It was not the sound of a creature, but of pure, unadulterated sorrow, a lament that spanned centuries, echoing the collective grief of a land slowly losing its soul. Oife, her heart hammering against her ribs, stood rooted to the spot, her senses overwhelmed by the intensity of the sound. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the banshee's grief, a palpable wave of despair that washed over her, chilling her to the bone. Slowly, cautiously, she moved forward, her staff held before her like a shield, its ancient oak wood offering a small measure of comfort. The trees, ancient sentinels of the woods, seemed to lean closer, their gnarled branches forming a shadowy canopy overhead. The twilight deepened. The forest floor plunged into near darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint, ethereal glow emanating from the source of the wail. And then she saw it, not a creature of flesh and blood, but something far more ethereal, a being woven from moonlight and mist, a shimmering, translucent form that drifted through the trees like a wisp of smoke. The banshee, a creature of myth and legend, a harbinger of death and foreboding, stood before her, its spectral form radiating a chilling beauty, its long flowing hair, the color of raven's wings, cascaded around it, its eyes, twin pools of shimmering sorrow, fixed upon Awaf with an unnerving intensity. The banshee's face, though ethereal, held an expression of profound anguish, a mixture of grief and despair that resonated deep within Awaf's soul. It was not a face of malice or hatred, but of unbearable sorrow, a reflection of the land's fading magic. It was a silent plea, a desperate cry for help. Oif felt a surge of empathy, a wave of compassion that washed away her fear. This was not an enemy, but a fellow victim of the encroaching darkness. The banshee's wail softened, transforming into a mournful song, a melody woven from sorrow and longing. It was a haunting tune, a ballad of forgotten tragedies, of lost loves and broken promises, of ancient battles and fallen heroes. The song spoke of a time when the land was vibrant with magic, when the Tuatha De Danann walked among mortals, their power a beacon of light and hope. It spoke of a time that was fading, slipping away like sand through an hourglass. The song described a slow, insidious corruption, a creeping darkness that was consuming the land, snuffing out its magic, draining its life force. It spoke of the weakening of the veil between worlds, of the encroaching chaos that threatened to engulf all. The banshee's song was a prophecy, a warning, a desperate plea for the restoration of the balance. And as Aoife listened, a deep understanding settled within her. This was not merely a warning of death, it was a call to action. The banshee's song told of the ancient wells of power, forgotten springs of magic that lay hidden beneath the earth. It spoke of the sacred lullaby, a forgotten melody that held the power to restore the land's balance, a whispered song that could soothe the restless spirits and awaken the dormant magic. The song it sang was woven from moonlight and mist, a melody that must be sung at the precise moment when the moon touched the sacred well. As the banshee's song reached its crescendo, the ethereal figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the mist, leaving behind only the lingering scent of rain and the echoing silence of the ancient woods. The wail ceased, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The encounter left Arfi breathless, shaken but strangely strengthened. The banshee's message, though chilling, had filled her with a renewed sense of purpose. The weight of responsibility settled upon her shoulders, but it was not a burden, but a mantle of honor. She was not merely a young druid. She was the chosen one, the one who could restore the balance. The path ahead would be fraught with peril, but her resolve was unwavering. The banshee's warning had only served to solidify her determination. The silver stag's image flickered in her mind, its antlers pointing towards her destination. She knew she had to hasten her pace to reach the sacred well before it was too late. The land's fate rested on her shoulders, a heavy burden she carried with quiet dignity. The banshee's warning had not been a threat, but a call to action, a desperate plea for salvation, and a wife. The young druid was ready to answer that call. Aoife moved forward, her steps faster now, her determination burning within her like a sacred flame. The path was treacherous. The darkness seemed to press in on her, but she did not falter. The memory of the banshee's mournful song, the images of the spectral figure fading into the mist, fueled her onward. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig seemed to echo with the banshee's lament, urging her to press on, to find the sacred well and restore the balance before the land succumbed to the encroaching darkness. As she walked, she recalled the ancient stories, the legends of the Tuatha De Danann, the whispers of forgotten magic. She thought of the village elders, their faces etched with worry and despair, their hopes pinned on her success. She thought of the vibrant green hills, the joyful songs of the birds, the vibrant energy that had once pulsed through the land. These images strengthened her resolve, reminding her of what she had to fight for. The forest seemed to respond to her determination, the oppressive darkness lifting slightly, the trees yielding their secrets to her perceptive eyes. The whispers of the wind now carried a sense of hope, a hint of the magic that still lingered, hidden beneath the surface. Our wife felt a connection to the land, a deep, primal bond that strengthened her with every step. She was not merely traversing a physical landscape, but journeying through the heart of the land itself, connecting with its soul, its hopes, and its fears. The deeper she went, the stronger her connection to the other world became. She felt the presence of ancient spirits around her, the echoes of forgotten battles, the whispers of long-dead gods. The land seemed to breathe, to communicate with her on a level beyond words, sharing its pain, its anxieties, and its desperate hope for healing. It was a shared journey, a collaboration between a young druid and the ancient, wounded spirit of Ireland. The memory of the banshee's song resonated deep within her, its mournful melody a constant reminder of the stakes involved. This was not a game. This was a battle for survival, a fight to preserve the ancient balance between the mortal and supernatural worlds. And Awifa, armed with her courage, her faith, and the knowledge passed down through generations, would not yield. She would restore the magic, soothe the restless spirits, and bring peace to the land. The forest, once a place of fear and uncertainty, now felt like a trusted companion, guiding her with its silent whispers and subtle signals. she was not alone. She was accompanied by the ancient spirits of the land, their support an invisible but palpable presence. The journey was long and arduous, but Awafi pressed on, her footsteps echoing through the silent woods, her heart beating with the rhythm of the land itself, her soul alight with the burning determination to bring back the magic, to heal the wounded soul of Ireland. The banshee's wail, though haunting, had become a battle cry, a fierce reminder of the importance of her quest. And Awaif, the young druid, would not fail. Guidance from the silver stag. The banshee's warning faded into the rustling of leaves, but its message resonated deeply within Awaif. She pressed onward, the path growing increasingly treacherous. Twisted roots snaked across the ground, threatening to trip her, and the undergrowth clawed at her clothes, attempting to slow her progress. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume both ancient and unsettling. Yet, despite the challenges, a strange sense of peace settled over her. Then, as if materializing from the shadows themselves, it appeared, a magnificent silver stag, its coat gleaming like polished moonlight, its antlers branching out like the intricate limbs of an ancient oak, its eyes, pools of liquid silver, held an intelligence that seemed to transcend the mortal realm. The creature stood poised, its elegant head slightly lowered, as if in greeting. It was a creature of breathtaking beauty, a vision of ethereal grace. Its presence was both calming and awe-inspiring, radiating a power that spoke of ancient magic and untamed wilderness. Awaif felt a surge of instinctive trust. The silver stag was not just a creature of the forest. It was a guide, a messenger from the other world, sent to lead her to her destination. She approached it slowly, her heart filled with a mixture of reverence and awe. She extended her hand, palm open, offering a gesture of peace. The stag did not flinch. Instead, it lowered its head slightly, allowing Awaf to gently touch its soft, silken coat. The touch sent a shiver of pure magic through her, a connection to something ancient and profound. The stag's gaze held a wisdom that transcended words. It was an understanding, a silent communication that passed between them, a bond forged in the shared purpose of their quest. It was as if the stag knew her thoughts, her hopes, and her fears. It was a connection that transcended language, an ancient understanding that spoke of a shared destiny. As she gazed into its luminous eyes, she felt a surge of confidence, a renewed determination to complete her task. Without a spoken word, the stag turned and began to walk, its movement fluid and graceful. Eowif followed, her heart beating in rhythm with the stag's steady gait. The forest seemed to yield to their passage, the trees parting slightly as if to allow them safe passage. The path, though still challenging, felt less daunting under the stag's silent guidance. The very air seemed to hum with a subtle energy, a tangible manifestation of the magic that permeated this ancient wood. The journey led them through a labyrinth of ancient trees, their branches interwoven in a dense canopy that obscured the sky. The light was dappled and ethereal, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. The silence of the forest was profound, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle creak of branches. As they moved deeper into the heart of the woods, the protective spirit wolves appeared, as if summoned from the very heart of the other world. Two magnificent creatures, their fur the color of twilight, emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an inner light. They flanked Awif and the stag, their presence a comforting shield against the unseen dangers of the forest. These were not ordinary wolves. They were guardians, spirits of the wild, protectors of the ancient ways, a visible symbol of Eowif's growing connection to the supernatural forces at play. The wolves moved with an uncanny grace and intelligence, their senses alert, their movements fluid and silent. They scanned the forest, their keen senses detecting any potential threat. Their protective presence brought a sense of security to Awif, a reassurance that she was not alone in this perilous undertaking. The wolves communicated with her through subtle signals and instincts, their loyalty unshakable, their devotion unwavering. Their presence added a layer of mystical power to the already magical atmosphere. They were a tangible manifestation of the protective forces that were aligned with her quest. The trees themselves seemed to whisper secrets to Awif as she walked. She felt a deep connection to the ancient forest, a feeling of kinship with the living wood. The trees communicated with her, sharing their ancient wisdom and knowledge, their stories stretching back to the dawn of time. She heard the soft rustle of leaves, as if the trees were murmuring in ancient Gaelic, sharing their age-old tales of magic and mystery. The forest became a trusted confidant, a guide, a silent partner in her quest. The forest itself seemed alive, pulsating with a subtle energy that thrummed beneath the surface. Owefe could feel the ancient magic within the earth, the life force that permeated every leaf, every stone, every drop of dew. It was a tangible presence, a powerful energy that resonated deep within her bones. She felt a connection to the land, a shared destiny, a deep-seated sense of belonging. The trees were not just trees. They were living entities, keepers of ancient secrets, and silent guardians of the land's magic. The journey continued, the forest growing darker and more mysterious as they ventured further into its heart. But Awif's fear was replaced by a profound sense of wonder, an appreciation for the beauty and mystery of the world around her. The silver stag continued to lead the way, its grace and elegance a source of both inspiration and comfort. The spirit wolves remained at her sides, vigilant protectors, their presence a constant reassurance. As they traveled, a waif noticed subtle changes in the forest's atmosphere. The air grew colder, and a mist began to rise from the ground, obscuring the path ahead. The trees seemed to lean closer together, their branches intertwining to form an almost impenetrable barrier. But Oaf was not afraid. The silver stag's unwavering presence reassured her, while the spirit wolves' watchful eyes provided a sense of security. She knew that she was on the right path, guided by forces beyond her understanding. The silver stag stopped at the edge of a clearing. The moonlight filtered through the mist, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene. In the center of the clearing, nestled among ancient stones, lay a well, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly light. This was it, Brigid's sacred well, the source of the land's fading magic. A wife's heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The climax of her journey had arrived. The quest to restore the land's magic would soon begin. The silver stag lowered its head in a silent bow, then turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving Oif alone at the edge of this magical place, its trust in her absolute. The spirit wolves, their task complete for now, followed their leader into the darkness. Awifa, alone but empowered by her journey, stepped towards the well, ready for the next stage of her challenging quest. Navigating the fairy rings, the air grew colder as Aoife stepped past the shimmering pool of Bridget's well, the protective presence of the silver stag and spirit wolves, now a fading memory in the deepening twilight. Before her lay a landscape unlike any she had encountered before. The forest floor, once a dense carpet of leaves and undergrowth, dissolved into a series of intricate, luminous rings. These were not ordinary circles. They were fairy rings, each pulsing with an otherworldly energy, their edges shimmering with an ethereal glow that painted the gathering dusk in iridescent hues. Some rings radiated warmth and vibrancy, the air above them alive with the buzzing of unseen insects and the sweet scent of wildflowers. Within these rings, Oifa sensed a life-giving energy, a potent force of creation and growth, the very essence of the earth's fecundity. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted through the air, their delicate movements hypnotic, and flowers bloomed in impossible colors, their petals unfurling in silent symphony with the magic of the rings. These were the rings of life, the heartbeats of the earth's magical pulse. Yet other rings held a darker, more foreboding energy. A chilling wind whispered through these circles, carrying with it the scent of decay and the chilling rustle of unseen things. The air grew heavy, a palpable weight pressing down on Awife, her breath catching in her throat as an instinctive fear prickled her skin. Twisted, gnarled trees grew within these rings, their branches contorted into grotesque shapes, their leaves a sickly yellow-green. The ground was littered with withered flowers and decaying leaves, a testament to the destructive power that lurked within. These were the rings of death, the shadowed corners of the other world, where the veil between realms was thin and treacherous. Navigating this labyrinth of shimmering circles demanded not only courage, but also acute intuition. Each step had to be measured, each decision carefully considered. Awif moved slowly, her senses heightened, her awareness tuned to the subtle shifts in energy that emanated from the rings. She learned to read the whispers of the wind, to decipher the silent language of the earth, to trust her instincts above all else. The silver stag's wisdom echoed in her mind. She recalled its unwavering gaze, the silent communication that had passed between them. She felt its presence guiding her, a phantom touch on her shoulder urging her forward. The spirit wolves, though unseen, felt as if they were running along the edges of the rings, a spectral pack that sensed her every move. One ring pulsed with a vibrant emerald light, radiating an energy that resonated with the healing power of the earth. Awif felt drawn to it, her body responding instinctively to its life-giving force. She stepped into its embrace, feeling a surge of warmth spreading through her limbs, cleansing her of the lingering chill of the darker rings. Here, the air hummed with a symphony of life, and she felt a profound connection to the earth's vital essence. Another ring, a circle of deep amethyst, held a different kind of magic. It hummed with the power of ancient wisdom, its secrets hidden deep within the earth. Here, the trees seemed to whisper ancient Gaelic songs, their rustling leaves echoing with forgotten lore. Oif felt a strange pull towards the heart of the ring, a sense of being drawn into the very depths of time itself. She allowed herself to be enveloped by the amethyst light, allowing its wisdom to fill her mind, enriching her knowledge and understanding of the land's ancient magic. Yet, there were rings that she instinctively avoided. One ring, a sickly yellow-green, emanated a suffocating aura of stagnation and decay. A chilling wind hissed through its perimeter, whispering promises of oblivion and despair. Our wife felt a visceral repulsion to this ring, a deep-seated knowledge that stepping within its confines would be a perilous mistake. She skirted its edge, her heart pounding in her chest, feeling the weight of its malevolent energy pressing against her. Another ring, a swirling vortex of inky blackness, threatened to swallow her whole. This was a gateway to the deepest recesses of the other world, a place where the boundary between reality and nightmare blurred. Oifi sensed a potent, malevolent energy emanating from its depths, a power that could consume her entirely. She instinctively knew that this was not a path to tread. It was a door best left unopened. As she navigated this enchanted maze, Awifi's understanding of the fairy rings deepened. She learned that each ring represented a different aspect of nature's magic, each a key to unlocking the land's dormant power. Some were gateways to vibrant life. Others held the secrets of death and decay. And some were treacherous portals to the darkest corners of the other world. The choice of which path to take, the decisions made within this swirling landscape of magic, became a critical aspect of her quest. The air itself shimmered with ethereal light, revealing hidden pathways and ancient secrets. Crystals, embedded deep within the earth, glittered with an inner light, their faces reflecting the vibrant hues of the rings. Aoif discerned intricate symbols etched into the ancient stones that bordered the rings, glyphs of power and ancient knowledge, she felt a growing confidence, her understanding of the land's magic deepening with every step. This journey was a test of her courage, a trial of her intuition. It forced her to trust her instincts, to rely on her inherent connection to the land, the whispers of the wind, the rustling of the leaves, the subtle shifts in energy. All of it became a form of communication, a language that spoke to her heart. The experience transformed Aoife. She emerged from the labyrinth of fairy rings not only with a deeper understanding of the land's magic, but also with a newfound confidence in herself. She had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, her spirit tempered by the trials she had endured. She was ready to continue her journey, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, certain that the knowledge and strength she had gained would carry her to the end of her quest. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, but Oaif no longer felt fear. Instead, a profound sense of purpose and determination filled her heart, propelling her forward towards the final stage of her arduous journey to restore the magic of the land. The whispered songs of the ancient forest echoed in her soul, a constant reminder of the power that lay within her reach. The shadowy tunnels beneath Fairy Hill, the emerald glow of the last fairy ring faded behind Aoif as she entered a cleft in the earth, barely visible beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. The air shifted, becoming noticeably colder, heavier, and thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something ancient and indefinably unsettling. This was no mere cave. This was a passage into the very heart of the hill, a labyrinthine network of tunnels that burrowed deep beneath Fairy Hill. The entrance, a narrow fissure, widened into a low-ceilinged tunnel, its walls slick with moisture. Water dripped incessantly, each drop echoing in the oppressive silence, a rhythmic counterpoint to the pounding of Eoife's heart. The darkness was absolute, pressing in on her from all sides, even with the faintest glimmer of moonlight filtering through the entrance. The tunnel ahead was a black maw, swallowing the light. Aoife reached for a piece of glowing moss she had discovered nestled within a crevice of a fairy ring, a small orb of luminescence. She clutched like a lifeline in the suffocating darkness. Its pale green glow barely illuminated a few feet in front of her, revealing the uneven, damp surface of the tunnel walls. The air grew colder still, carrying with it a palpable sense of dread. She felt a prickling sensation on her skin, the feeling of unseen eyes watching her, judging her, waiting, whispers, barely audible, brushed against her ears, fragments of voices lost to time, speaking in a language she couldn't understand, yet somehow felt deep within her bones. Were they the echoes of the Tuatha De Danann, their lamentations echoing through the ages? Or were they something else? The tunnel twisted and turned, a confusing maze of passages that seemed to shift and change with every step. She passed by alcoves where strange shapes loomed in the semi-darkness, their forms indistinct yet menacing. They resembled ancient artifacts, perhaps remnants of forgotten rituals or offerings left by long-dead worshippers, or something far more sinister. Each step was made with caution, her hand trailing along the cold, damp walls, searching for any signs of a path, a hidden marking, a clue to guide her through this subterranean labyrinth. The silence, punctuated only by the drip, drip, drip of water, became almost unbearable. The weight of the earth above pressed down upon her, a tangible pressure that threatened to crush her spirit. Yet, amidst the oppressive darkness, she found a strange sense of peace. It was a calmness born of solitude, of a profound connection to the earth, a deep immersion in the silence that seemed to echo the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She came upon a chamber larger than any she had previously encountered. In the center, a pool of still, black water reflected the meager light of her moss orb. The surface of the water was undisturbed, save for a single iridescent feather resting gently on its surface. Awif felt a pull towards the water, a magnetic attraction that defied logic and reason. The feather, she intuited, held some significance, a piece of the puzzle she was desperately trying to solve. As she approached the water's edge, the whispers intensified, swirling around her like a vortex of sound. She saw shadowy figures move at the edge of her vision, fleeting glimpses of forms that dissolved into the darkness as quickly as they appeared. Were they guardians of this hidden realm, or something more sinister? She extended her hand, tentatively touching the surface of the water. It was surprisingly cold, sending a shiver down her spine. As her fingers brushed against the feather, the air shimmered, and the whispers intensified, morphing into a chorus of voices, singing a haunting melody in an ancient tongue. The song spoke of betrayal, of sacrifice, of a power long dormant, waiting to be awakened. The song resonated deep within Aoife's soul, stirring something ancient and powerful within her. The knowledge of the song, the understanding of its significance, filled her with a profound sense of purpose. It was a key, a piece of the ancient magic she sought to revive. The journey continued, the tunnels becoming increasingly complex. She navigated narrow passageways, climbed over fallen rocks, and waded through shallow streams. The moss orb, her sole companion, the oppressive darkness tested her, pushing her to the limits of her physical and spiritual endurance. But with every challenge, she felt a growing strength, a deeper connection to the land and to the ancient power that pulsed beneath the surface. She encountered more pools of water, each one seemingly different from the last. Some were still and dark, reflecting only the faintest glimmer of her light, while others pulsed with a strange bioluminescent energy, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal glow. In one such pool, she saw a reflection of herself, but it was not entirely her own. It was a distorted version, showing her as she might be, strong and fierce, but with a hint of something dark and powerful lurking within her soul. The tunnels eventually led her to a larger cavern, its walls covered in ancient carvings. The carvings depicted scenes of battles, of rituals, and of a people who seemed to inhabit a world both familiar and alien. They depicted the Tuatha De Danann, their triumphs and their defeats, their connections to the land and its magic. The cavern echoed with the weight of history, the silence heavy with the echoes of ages past. Oif traced the carvings with her fingers, feeling the rough texture of the stone, the cool dampness clinging to her skin. The carvings spoke to her, whispering tales of forgotten gods, of powerful magic, and of a world where the veil between the mortal realm and the other world was thin. She had come to understand that these tunnels were not merely passages through the earth, but a journey through time itself. They were a reflection of the land's history, a record of its ancient magic, a testament to the enduring power of the Tuatha De Danann. As Awaif emerged from the tunnels, blinking in the sudden brightness of the twilight, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment, a deeper understanding of the land, and a renewed determination to complete her quest. The experience had been arduous, terrifying, and transformative. The shadowy tunnels beneath Fairy Hill had tested her strength, her courage, and her spirit, but she had emerged stronger, more resilient, and more connected to the ancient power she sought to awaken. The whispers of the earth, the echoes of the past, were now a part of her, forever woven into the fabric of her being. The journey had just begun, but she felt ready for whatever trials awaited her. The whispers of the wind now seemed to sing of hope, not despair. The ancient magic pulsed within her, ready to be unleashed. The riddle of the lake. Emerging from the claustrophobic darkness of the tunnels, Awafi stepped into a world bathed in the ethereal glow of twilight. Before her lay a sight that stole her breath, a lake, vast and shimmering, its surface mirroring the fading light of the setting sun. The water was impossibly still, a perfect obsidian mirror, reflecting the ancient trees that ringed its shores, their branches gnarled and twisted like the limbs of forgotten gods. A mist, thin and silvery, clung to the water's edge, weaving a veil between the visible world and something more. This was no ordinary lake. This was a place of power, a nexus of the mortal and spiritual realms. A figure emerged from the mist, gliding across the water's surface as if walking on air. She was tall and regal, her silver hair flowing like liquid moonlight, her eyes the color of a winter sky. She wore a gown woven from the mist itself, shimmering and translucent, and in her hands she held a branch adorned with iridescent berries, their light pulsing with an inner luminescence. This was the Lady of the Lake, a being of immense power and ancient wisdom, her very presence radiating an aura of mystery and magic. You have come far, little druid. The lady's voice echoed across the still water, soft yet commanding, like the whisper of the wind through ancient trees. Your journey has led you to the heart of the land's magic, to the place where the veil between worlds is thin. A waif felt a tremor of fear, but also a surge of exhilaration. She had finally reached this pivotal point in her quest. Lady of the Lake, she said, her voice barely a whisper, I seek to revive the fading magic of the Tuatha De Danann. I have journeyed through the tunnels beneath Fairy Hill, and I have heard their whispers. The lady smiled, a slow, enigmatic curve of her lips. The whispers of the past are not easily understood, she said. The magic of the Tuatha De Danann is not easily awakened. You must prove yourself worthy, little druid. You must answer my riddles. The lady raised the branch, adorned with glowing berries, and from its tip a single berry detached itself, floating towards Aoif. like a tiny, luminescent star. As it neared, it transformed into a shimmering orb of light, casting a spellbinding glow on the water surface. The first riddle, the lady announced, her voice carrying the weight of ages, is this: what has an eye but cannot see? Awaifi considered the riddle, her mind racing. She recalled the stories of the Tuatha De Danann, the myths and legends of the ancient Celtic world. She thought of the needle's eye, the eye of a storm, the eye of a god. Finally, an answer dawned upon her. A needle, she replied, her voice filled with confidence. The lady nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. Correct. The needle, though possessing an eye, lacks the ability to perceive. Now, the second riddle. What is always coming, but never arrives? This riddle was more complex, demanding a deeper understanding of time and fate. Awif pondered, recalling the cyclical nature of life and death, the endless flow of seasons, the never-ending journey of the stars. Tomorrow, she answered, after a thoughtful pause. Tomorrow is always coming, yet never truly arrives. The lady's eyes glinted with approval. Well spoken. Tomorrow is a promise, a concept, perpetually receding as we approach it. Now, for the final riddle, the one that will determine your worthiness. What has a neck, but no head, a body, but no legs, and flows without end? This riddle tested Awifa's grasp of the natural world, the interconnectedness of all things. She considered the rivers, the streams, the veins of the earth. A river, she declared, her voice steady. A river has a neck where it flows from its source, a body of water, and it flows endlessly towards the sea. The lady of the lake remained silent for a moment, her gaze piercing, assessing. The mist around her swirled, the light from the berries on her branch intensifying. Then a gentle smile graced her lips. You have answered my riddles correctly, little druid, she said, her voice resonating with a deep, ancient power. You possess the knowledge and the wisdom needed to proceed with your quest. But know this, the awakening of the land's magic requires not only knowledge, but also a profound understanding of the balance between the mortal and spiritual realms. The lake's reflection mirrors your journey, the ripples signifying the challenges that lie ahead. The surface of the lake rippled, the reflection of Eowyn, distorted, fragmented, mirroring the uncertainties of her quest. She saw glimpses of herself, strong and resolute, but also vulnerable and uncertain. The whispers you heard in the tunnels, The lady continued, her voice softer now, were the echoes of the Tuatha De Danann, their lamentations for a lost balance. To restore that balance, you must not only understand the ancient lore, but also embrace the harmony between the world of men and the other world. Remember the lessons of the earth, the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds. They hold the key to unlocking the dormant magic. The Lady of the Lake presented Aoife with a small smooth stone, cool to the touch. It pulsed faintly with a light that seemed to emanate from within. This stone, she said, contains a fragment of the Tuatha De Danann's magic. Carry it with you. Let its energy guide you. And remember the riddles. They are keys to understanding the path ahead. The Lady of the Lake faded into the mist, leaving a waif alone by the side of the mystical lake. The stone felt warm in her hand, pulsing with a comforting energy. She gazed at her reflection, the ripples on the surface of the water now calmer, more serene. The journey had been challenging, but she felt stronger, more resolute than ever. The whispers of the ancient magic resonated within her, a promise of what lay ahead. The lady's words echoed in her mind. The awakening of the land's magic required not only knowledge, but balance. The path ahead remained uncertain, shrouded in mist and mystery. But Awafi felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, guided by the stone and the lessons learned from the enigmatic Lady of the Lake. The riddle of the lake was solved, but the riddle of the land's magic remained, a challenge that she would embrace with courage and determination. The journey to Brigid's sacred well continued. The whispers of the wind carried a renewed sense of hope, a promise that the dormant magic would awaken, a balance restored. The lake's secrets. The Lady of the Lake's gaze, even as she receded into the swirling mist, lingered in Awaif's mind. It wasn't simply the wisdom imparted through riddles, but something deeper, a connection to the very essence of the lake itself. The water, previously a still, obsidian mirror, now seemed to writhe with subtle movements, as if breathing. Ancient symbols, faint as whispers etched onto the surface, began to ripple and shift. They were not static glyphs. They were narratives, fleeting glimpses into a forgotten past. Awifi knelt beside the water's edge, her fingers tracing the ephemeral patterns. They resembled Ogham script, the ancient Celtic alphabet carved into stones and trees, but more fluid, more alive. As she watched, the symbols coalesced and reformed, revealing fragments of images processions of ethereal beings, the construction of magnificent structures, battles fought with weapons of light and shadow. These were the forgotten stories of the Tuatha De Danann, their rise and their fall, their triumphs and their tragedies, all played out in the shifting patterns of the lake's surface. The Lady of the Lake had spoken of whispers, and now Awaifa understood. The lake itself was a repository of whispers, not only of the Tuatha De Danann, but of the land itself. The wind carried ancient songs through the rustling leaves of the surrounding trees, adding another layer to the symphony of secrets. Each gust was a story, each rustle a forgotten memory, each sigh a lament of the past. The very stones beneath her feet seemed to hum with forgotten magic, their silent voices joining the chorus of the lake and the wind. The lake's surface became a living scroll, unfolding the history of the land. Aoif saw visions of the Tuatha De Danann, their radiant forms shimmering with otherworldly light. She witnessed their mastery over nature, their ability to shape the landscape, to coax life from the earth, to command the elements. Then the scenes shifted, portraying a slow decay, a fading of power, a discordance with the mortal world. The vibrant colors muted, the light dimmed, the vibrant energy replaced by shadows. It was a story of imbalance, of a connection severed, of harmony lost. Oif understood now why the land's magic was fading. It wasn't just a matter of lost knowledge. It was a failure of connection, a breach in the delicate balance between the mortal and the spiritual realms. The Tuatha De Danann had not simply vanished. They had withdrawn, their magic dormant, waiting for a re-establishment of the harmony that had once sustained them. Their presence was not entirely absent, though. Their faint echoes, their whispered laments resonated within the lake, a testament to their enduring connection to the land. The images on the lake's surface faded, leaving behind a stillness so profound that Aoife could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth. The small stone, warm in her hand, pulsed with a faint light, mirroring the subtle glow emanating from the depths of the lake. It was a tangible link to the past, a connection to the power she sought to restore. The Lady of the Lake had emphasized the importance of harmony with nature. Aoif looked around her, truly seeing the world for the first time. The ancient trees, their roots intertwined with the earth, were not simply living beings. They were sentinels of the land, guardians of its secrets. The wind, whispering through their leaves, carried the wisdom of ages, the songs of forgotten ancestors. The very air itself hummed with the energy of the land, a symphony of life waiting to be awakened. She spent hours by the lake's edge, meditating, listening, absorbing the lessons of the water, the wind, and the earth. She understood now that her quest was not merely about reviving the magic of the Dwatha De Danann. It was about restoring the balance between the human and spiritual realms, about reweaving the fabric of the land that had become frayed and torn. It was about remembering, about listening, about understanding the deep interconnectedness of all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Aoife rose from her meditative posture. The lake's surface, now calm and reflective, mirrored the serenity that had settled within her. The path ahead remained uncertain, but she felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet confidence born of understanding. The stone in her hand felt warmer now, pulsating with an energy that mirrored the growing strength within her. She realized the riddles posed by the Lady of the Lake were not merely tests of intellect. They were keys to unlocking a deeper understanding of the land's magic. The needle's eye represented the small, seemingly insignificant details that held the key to great truths. Tomorrow, always coming but never arriving, symbolized the eternal flow of time and the importance of living in the present moment. And the river, with its neck but no head, its body but no legs, embodied the ceaseless flow of life and the cyclical nature of existence. The lake, with its mirrored reflections and whispering secrets, had revealed its innermost truths to all. She carried with her not only the knowledge imparted through riddles and visions, but also the profound understanding that restoring the land's magic required not only knowledge, but also a profound respect for the delicate balance of nature, a harmony that had once existed between the mortal and spiritual realms. The whispers of the past were no longer just faint echoes. They were a living language, guiding her footsteps on the path towards Bridget's sacred well. The Lady of the Lake's words echoed in her heart. The awakening of the land's magic requires not only knowledge, but also a profound understanding of the balance between the mortal and spiritual realms. Awafi knew she was ready for the challenges ahead. She was ready to compose the whispered lullaby that would restore peace to the land, a lullaby woven from the moon's light, the mist's embrace, and the wisdom of the ancient lake. The journey to awaken the dormant magic was far from over, but with the secrets of the lake now revealed, Awif felt the strength of her conviction deepen with every step towards Bridget's well. The path may have been fraught with uncertainty, but with each new dawn, Awafe felt closer to her goal, ready to harness the power of the whispers, the wisdom of the earth, and the ancient magic that lay dormant, waiting to be rekindled, the gift of the lake. The mist, swirling like a living entity, began to recede, revealing the lady of the lake once more. Her form, ethereal and shimmering, seemed woven from the very fabric of the water, her eyes reflecting the ancient wisdom of centuries. She didn't speak in riddles this time. Her voice a soft murmur carried on the gentle breeze that stirred the reeds at the water's edge. Instead, she extended a hand, her fingers slender and delicate, towards Awafe. In her palm rested not a stone or a trinket, but something far more profound, a fragment of song, a melody shimmering with an otherworldly light. It wasn't a tangible object that Awafe could grasp, but a feeling, a resonance that vibrated deep within her being, echoing the ancient rhythms of the lake itself. The song fragment felt like a whisper of forgotten magic, a melody woven from moonlight and mist, from the sighing of the wind and the rustling of leaves. It felt like the very heartbeat of the land, a pulse of life waiting to be awakened. As the lady of the lake's hand brushed against Awife's, the melody flowed into her, settling deep within her soul, becoming a part of her very essence. This wasn't merely a gift of knowledge, it was a gift of power, a profound responsibility. The lady of the lake's eyes, filled with both compassion and an ancient solemnity, seemed to penetrate Awafe's very being. Awafe felt the weight of the land's fate settle upon her shoulders, the immense burden of restoring the balance between the mortal and spiritual realms. The song fragment was not just a piece of a lullaby. It was a key, a catalyst, a force that would either restore the land's harmony or doom it to eternal stillness. The lady's voice, barely audible above the gentle lapping of the waves, guided Awafe. "This melody," she whispered, "is a part of the ancient lullaby that once soothed the land, a lullaby that lulled the restless spirits of the Tuatha De Danann into a tranquil slumber. It's a fragment of the song that connected the mortal world to the other world, a song lost to time, fragmented by discord, but now, through you, it can be restored." The melody resonated within Awafe, a haunting tune that carried the echoes of ages. It was both beautiful and melancholic, a song of loss and longing, of hope and rebirth. It was a song that spoke of the delicate balance of nature, of the interconnectedness of all living things, of the need for harmony between the human and the spiritual world. The melody felt ancient, yet profoundly alive, pulsating with a raw, untamed energy that mirrored the power of the lake itself. Aoife felt a surge of both exhilaration and trepidation. The gift was a profound honor, a testament to her connection with the land and its magic. However, it was also an immense burden, a responsibility she felt acutely in the core of her being. The fate of the land rested not just on her shoulders, but within her very soul. The Lady of the Lake's trust was a heavy mantle, but one Awif was determined to wear with grace and strength. As the Lady of the Lake faded back into the mist, leaving only the lingering scent of rain and earth, Aoife remained by the lake's edge, her heart pounding a rhythm that echoed the ancient melody within her. She touched the surface of the water, feeling its cool smoothness, its profound depth. The lake seemed to pulse with life, responding to the song fragment within her. It was a communion, a connection that transcended mere physical touch. It was a bond forged in the heart of ancient magic. The gift wasn't simply a musical score, it was a spiritual connection, a link to the powerful magic of the lake and its keeper. The melody didn't simply exist in her mind, it flowed through her veins, resonating with every beat of her heart. It was a living thing, a part of her now, as much a part of her as her own breath. The weight of responsibility pressed down on Off, but it wasn't a crushing weight. It was a motivating force. She felt the urgency to find the other fragments of the lullaby, to piece together the song that would restore harmony to the land. The journey ahead would not be easy. She knew she would face challenges and setbacks, but the power of the melody within her, the connection to the Lady of the Lake, and the weight of the land's hope were all powerful motivators, forging her resolve and strengthening her spirit. Our wife spent the rest of the day by the lake, meditating, absorbing the power of the song, letting it permeate every fiber of her being. She felt the song's vibrations ripple through the water, through the earth, through the trees, and into the air itself. She realized that the melody wasn't just a piece of music. It was a language, a conversation between the mortal world and the other world, a key that could unlock the dormant magic of the land. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to the rustling of the leaves, to the murmuring of the stream. Each sound, each movement seemed to hold a piece of the lullaby, a fragment of the ancient song. The world around her was no longer just a landscape. It was a symphony, a vibrant tapestry woven from sound and sensation, all contributing to the ancient melody already echoing within her heart. She realized that the song wasn't just about finding the missing fragments. It was about understanding the deep interconnectedness of all things. The song was a reflection of the land's own heartbeat, its rhythms and pulses, its joys and sorrows. By understanding this connection, by listening to the whispers of the land, she could complete the lullaby, not just with musical notes, but with the very essence of the land itself. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the landscape, Ahoy felt a profound sense of peace and purpose. The gift of the lake was more than just a melody, it was a transformation. It had changed her, strengthened her, and imbued her with a sense of responsibility she had never known before. She was no longer just a young druid. She was a vessel of ancient magic, a guardian of the land, and a harbinger of hope. The song, the gift of the Lady of the Lake, was a guiding light, a beacon that would lead her towards Bridget's sacred well. The journey would be long and arduous, but Ahoife knew, deep within her soul, that she was ready. She was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, to overcome whatever obstacles might arise, and to fulfill the sacred duty bestowed upon her, restoring the ancient lullaby and awakening the dormant magic of the land. The whispers of the lake, the song within her heart, and the weight of the land's hope would guide her every step of the way. The awakening was near. Journey to Bridget's well. The mist, still clinging to the edges of the lake like a reluctant shroud, began to thin as Awifi turned away from the water, the Lady of the Lake's parting words echoing in her ears. The fragment of the lullaby, a living melody pulsating within her, guided her steps. She knew the path to Bridget's well wasn't clearly marked. It was a journey of intuition, guided by the whispers of the land itself. The first leg of her journey took her through a sun-dappled forest, ancient oaks reaching towards the sky like gnarled fingers. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor, a dappled mosaic of light and shadow. Here, the air hummed with a different kind of energy, a vibrant pulse that resonated with the melody within her. The trees seemed to lean towards her, their leaves whispering secrets only she could understand, fragments of the lullaby, lost notes and melodies that added to the burgeoning whole, a family of deer, their coats the color of burnished copper, startled her from her reverie. They watched her for a moment, their large, gentle eyes seeming to hold the wisdom of the ages, before gracefully disappearing into the undergrowth. Always felt a kinship with them, a shared understanding that transcended words, a connection woven from the fabric of the ancient land. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the path became less distinct, the sunlight fading as the canopy closed overhead. The air grew cooler, damper, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. She navigated through tangled undergrowth, her bare feet finding purchase on the mossy ground. The melody within her guided her, resonating with the rhythm of the forest itself, helping her to avoid unseen obstacles, to find her way through the labyrinthine pathways of the wood. Suddenly, a chorus of mournful cries pierced the stillness, the haunting wail of the banshee, a harbinger of sorrow and death. Aoife did not flinch. She had encountered the banshee before. Her mournful cries, a familiar sound in the whispering woods. This time, however, the cries seemed different, less a harbinger of death, and more a lament, a song of loss echoing the melancholic tones of the lullaby. The cries seemed to weave themselves into the melody already residing in her soul, adding a layer of depth, a nuance of sorrow that enriched the ancient tune. The banshee's lament, far from frightening her, strengthened her resolve, reinforcing the urgency of her task. The sorrow of the banshee became a part of the lullaby, a tribute to the pain of the land, a whisper of loss that would eventually be transformed into peace. Emerging from the woods, Aoife found herself on the edge of a vast moor, a desolate expanse of windswept heather stretching as far as the eye could see. The wind howled across the moor, a wild, untamed energy that mirrored the power of the melody within her. She braced herself against the wind, its raw power a stark contrast to the serene melody that echoed in her heart. The moor seemed to test her resolve, pushing her to her limits, yet simultaneously strengthening her spirit, forging her into a vessel of unwavering purpose. The landscape was unforgiving, yet beautiful in its harshness, its stark beauty reflecting the power and resilience of the land itself. She journeyed across the moor for what felt like days, her strength tested by the relentless wind and the endless expanse of heather. But the melody within her, a beacon in the heart of the storm, guided her steps, keeping her focused on her goal, reminding her of the purpose that fueled her journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the moor, a waif encountered a creature of myth and legend, a leprechaun, his tiny form barely visible amidst the heather. He was perched on a moss-covered rock, his laughter a tinkling sound that carried on the wind. He offered her riddles, his words playful yet profound, testing her wit and knowledge of ancient lore. Her answers, guided by the wisdom of the land and the melody within her, pleased the leprechaun, who, in turn, shared a fragment of the lullaby he had overheard whispered on the wind. This small, unexpected encounter enriched the melody, adding another layer of ancient wisdom, a note of playfulness to the song's melancholic undertones. The landscape changed once again as Awifa continued her journey. She descended from the moor into a valley, a hidden paradise of sparkling streams and verdant meadows. Here, the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, the sound of birdsong filling the air, a sharp contrast to the desolate beauty of the moor. The valley seemed to restore her strength, its beauty and tranquility a balm to her weary soul. The melody within her resonated with the peaceful energy of the valley, its gentle rhythms a counterpoint to the wildness of the moor, strengthening her resolve and reminding her of the peace she sought to restore to the land. She crossed rushing streams, her feet barely disturbing the crystal clear water. She traversed fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors a reflection of the land's inherent beauty. In every encounter, in every step she took, a waif felt a deepening connection to the land, a growing understanding of its spirit, its rhythms, its ancient wisdom. Each sunrise and sunset brought her closer to her goal, the melody within her growing stronger, more complete, more resonant with the heart of the land itself. The journey to Bridget's Well wasn't merely a physical one. It was a spiritual pilgrimage, a test of her endurance, a trial of her faith, a testament to her devotion. The encounters she experienced, both joyous and challenging, strengthened her spirit, enriched her soul, and deepened her connection to the land and its magic. Every creature she met, every obstacle she overcame, added to the growing tapestry of her journey, enriching the ancient melody she carried within her heart, the melody that held the key to the awakening. The final stretch of her journey was through a dark and winding cavern, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient mysteries. The melody within her guided her through the twisting tunnels, its light a beacon in the darkness. Within the cavern, the echoes of the land resonated strongly, the ancient lullaby's melody mingling with the sounds of dripping water, echoing through the stalactites and stalagmites, the very heart of the earth resonating with her song. It felt as though the very rocks were singing along with her, their ancient voices adding to the growing power of the lullaby. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she emerged from the darkness into the soft light of dawn. Before her lay Brigid's sacred well, a pool of water reflecting the soft hues of the sunrise, its surface shimmering like 1,000 stars, its waters as still as glass. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, the quiet murmurs of nature surrounding the well like a hushed prayer. Here, at the heart of the island's magic, she would complete the ancient lullaby, awakening the dormant magic of the land, bringing peace to the restless spirits, and restoring balance to the mortal and supernatural worlds. The final fragment, waiting for her in this sacred place, felt as if it beat in harmony with her own heart. The awakening was close, ready to unfold, preparing for the lullaby. The air hummed with a palpable energy as Oif reached the edge of Brigid's sacred well. It wasn't merely the gentle breeze rustling through the wildflowers that fringed the pool. It was a deeper vibration, a resonance that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. The well itself, a perfect circle of shimmering water, reflected the soft hues of the dawn sky, its surface mirroring the stars, as if the heavens had dipped down to kiss the earth. The mist, still clinging to the valley like a lover's embrace, swirled around the well, creating an ethereal aura, a veil between the mortal world and the other world. The sacred space pulsed with a life of its own. The ancient stones surrounding the well seemed to hum with a quiet energy, their surfaces smooth and worn from centuries of devotion and whispered prayers. Our wife felt a profound connection to this place, a sense of homecoming she hadn't anticipated. It was as if the land itself welcomed her, embraced her, recognizing her as a vessel for its ancient magic. She knelt by the edge of the well, the cool water seeping into her bare feet, grounding her, connecting her to the earth's ancient pulse. The melody within her swelled, a powerful symphony resonating with the well's own mystical song. It was a melody woven from sorrow and joy, from loss and hope, a testament to her arduous journey, a reflection of the land's own complex spirit. The moonlight, still clinging to the eastern sky, bathed the well in a silvery glow, its ethereal light intertwining with the lingering mist. Aoife reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of the water, feeling the coolness, the energy, the ancient power. She felt a surge of strength, a renewed sense of purpose, a confidence born from her trials and tribulations. The journey had not merely prepared her physically, it had forged her spirit, tempered her will, and honed her connection to the land's mystical heart. Gathering the moonlight and mist, she began to weave her lullaby, her voice barely a whisper at first, a soft melody rising from the depths of her soul. She didn't merely sing the words, she infused them with the essence of the land, the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, the sorrows of the banshee, the laughter of the leprechaun, the wisdom of the ancient oaks. Each note, each word, was imbued with the experiences of her journey, a tapestry of emotions and memories woven into the fabric of the song. The words poured forth, ancient Gaelic syllables, imbued with the magic of the ages. The melody shifted and changed, reflecting the fluctuating emotions of the land itself, the melancholy of the banshee's cry, the playful lilt of the leprechaun's riddles, the serene peace of the valley, the wild energy of the moor. The lullaby was not just a song, it was a story, a chronicle of her journey, a testament to the land's enduring spirit. As Aoife sang, the mist thickened, swirling around her, embracing her in a protective embrace. The moonlight intensified, its beams dancing on the surface of the well, creating a spectacle of ethereal beauty. The air thrummed with energy, the very ground beneath her feet vibrating with the power of her song. The well responded, its waters rippling gently, echoing the rhythm of the lullaby. It was as if the well itself was singing along, its ancient magic awakened by Awaife's song. The melody grew in strength, its power resonating throughout the valley, reaching out to the far corners of the land. The song spoke of the land's ancient pain, its losses, its sorrows, acknowledging the darkness, the shadows, the weight of centuries of suffering. But within the lament, there was also hope, a promise of peace, a vision of a future where the balance between the mortal and supernatural worlds would be restored. The lullaby wasn't simply a plea for tranquility, it was a celebration of life, death, and rebirth, a recognition of the cyclical nature of existence. It acknowledged the harsh realities of the world, the pain, the loss, but also the enduring beauty, the unwavering resilience of the land and its people. It was a song of resilience, a song of hope, a song that resonated with the ancient heart of Ireland itself. As Aoife's voice soared, the energy surrounding the well intensified. The mist transformed into a shimmering curtain, and the moonlight became a beacon, illuminating the valley in an ethereal glow. The trees seemed to bow their heads in reverence, the wildflowers swaying gently in time with the music. The very air hummed with the ancient power of the lullaby, a potent magic weaving its way into the fabric of the land. The song swelled to a crescendo, a powerful wave of sound that washed over the valley, a vibrant pulse of energy that spread outwards, reaching the farthest corners of the island. Awaf felt the ancient magic coursing through her veins, a powerful current of energy that connected her to the land, to the well, to the very essence of Ireland itself. As the final notes faded into the stillness of the dawn, a profound sense of peace descended upon the valley. The air was still, the mist gently dissipated, and the moonlight softened, bathing the landscape in a serene glow. The well remained perfectly still, its surface reflecting the tranquil beauty of the awakening land. The restless spirits, lulled by the ancient song, settled into a peaceful slumber. The land, long burdened by sorrow and unrest, breathed a sigh of relief, its dormant magic awakened by Awif's lullaby. The balance between the mortal and supernatural worlds was restored. A delicate harmony achieved through the power of song, the strength of a young druid, and the enduring magic of the ancient land. Awif, exhausted but fulfilled, knew her quest was complete. The land was at peace, cradled in the gentle embrace of the lullaby. The ancient magic flowed again, a silent testament to the power of a single voice, a melody woven from moonlight, mist, and the heart of a young woman who dared to dream of peace. The slumber of the land was profound, a deep, restorative rest, promising a vibrant awakening. The journey was over, yet a new beginning had dawned. The island, once fractured and restless, was whole again, united in a tranquil slumber, waiting for the sun to rise and reveal the renewed beauty of the awakened land. The restless spirits, the air, previously filled with the ethereal beauty of moonlight and mist, now thrummed with a different energy, a chaotic, restless energy that prickled Awaf's skin. The gentle rippling of the well's surface had ceased, replaced by a turbulent churning, as if the water itself was struggling against some unseen force. From the shadows of the ancient stones surrounding the well, whispers arose, not the gentle whispers of the wind through the grass, but ragged, mournful cries that scraped against her soul. These were not the playful spirits of the leprechauns or the wise whispers of the ancient oaks. These were the restless spirits of the land, manifestations of the imbalance that had settled over the island. They were the echoes of forgotten sorrows, the lingering pains of battles long past, the unresolved grief of generations. They were the shadows clinging to the edges of the light, the darkness that had begun to consume the heart of Ireland. Their forms were indistinct, flickering shadows that danced at the periphery of her vision. Sometimes a face would coalesce from the mist, contorted with anguish, its eyes burning with an unending sorrow. Then, just as quickly, it would dissolve back into the swirling chaos, leaving Awif with a chill that went deeper than the dampness of the early morning air. They were not malevolent, not in the traditional sense. Their unrest was born not of malice, but of a profound and desperate need, a need for peace, for resolution, for the healing that only the restoration of the land's magic could provide. Their movements were chaotic, a frenzied dance of sorrow and frustration. They swirled around the well, their energy a tangible force that pushed and pulled at Awoifi, threatening to overwhelm her. She could feel their pain, their anguish, their desperate yearning for release. It was a burden heavier than any physical weight, a psychic pressure that pressed down upon her, testing the limits of her strength and resolve. The cries intensified, a cacophony of sorrow that echoed through the valley. They were not merely sounds, they were the lamentations of a land in pain, the cries of a wounded soul yearning for healing. Each cry resonated with a specific sorrow, the loss of a loved one, the devastation of a battle, the betrayal of trust, the weight of centuries of hardship. Awif felt the weight of these sorrows pressing upon her, each cry a physical blow that threatened to shatter her resolve. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Awif felt a flicker of understanding. These spirits were not her enemies. They were the guardians of the land, the keepers of its memories, the embodiment of its unresolved grief. Their unrest was a reflection of the fading magic, a symptom of the imbalance she had been tasked to correct. Their chaotic dance was a desperate plea for help, a silent cry for healing. She had to understand their pain, empathize with their suffering, and weave it into her lullaby, transforming their sorrow into a song of peace. Taking a deep breath, a waif steadied herself, grounding her feet in the damp earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones that surrounded her. She closed her eyes, focusing on the melody that had been forming within her, a melody that was no longer simply a song, but a prayer, a plea, a testament to her connection with the land and its suffering inhabitants. The melody shifted, adapting to the turbulent energy of the spirits. The gentle lilt she had initially envisioned was replaced by a more complex, layered composition, reflecting the myriad emotions that filled the air: sorrow, anger, frustration, longing, hope. The Gaelic words flowed from her lips, ancient syllables laden with the weight of centuries, imbued with the essence of the land's pain, its memories, its hopes, and its dreams. As she sang, the spirits seemed to react to her voice. The chaotic swirling of their energy slowed slightly, their cries softening, transforming into a low, mournful hum. Some of their forms, previously indistinct shadows, began to take on a greater clarity, revealing glimpses of faces etched with sorrow, but also with a hint of curiosity, of hope. The lullaby, she realized, was not simply a song of peace. It was a dialogue, a conversation with the land, with its memories, its sorrows, and its yearning for healing. She sang of the ancient battles fought on this land, of the heroes who fell, of the sacrifices made. She sang of the betrayal and loss, of the broken hearts and shattered dreams. But she also sang of the beauty that remained, the strength that endured, the resilience of the people and the land. Her voice, initially hesitant, grew in strength, fueled by the connection she felt to the spirits, to the land, to the ancient magic that was slowly stirring within the depths of the earth. She wove into her song the whispers of the wind, the murmur of the streams, the cries of the birds, incorporating the very essence of the land into her melody. The mist thickened, swirling around her, and the restless spirits, creating a protective cocoon where sorrow and healing could intertwine. The moonlight, filtered through the dense mist, cast an ethereal glow, illuminating the faces of the spirits, revealing the depth of their suffering, but also their growing sense of peace as she sang of the cyclical nature of life and death, of the eternal dance of creation and destruction. The spirits responded, their chaotic movements slowing, their cries transforming into soft sighs of relief. The song grew in strength and intensity, reflecting the turbulent emotions of the spirits, yet simultaneously working to soothe and calm them. It was a powerful symphony, a complex tapestry of sorrow and hope, of pain and healing, a testament to the enduring strength of the Irish spirit. As the final notes faded, a profound silence descended, broken only by the gentle lapping of the water against the well's edge. The restless spirits, lulled by the power of Aoife's lullaby, had finally found peace. Their turbulent energy had subsided, replaced by a quiet serenity that permeated the air, a sense of resolution that settled over the land like a healing balm. Their forms dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only a lingering sense of peace, a quiet affirmation that their sorrow had been acknowledged, their pain understood, and their yearning for rest finally fulfilled. The land itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the ancient magic stirring within its depths, preparing for its own awakening. The air, once thick with unrest, now hummed with a gentle, tranquil energy, promising a new dawn, a new beginning for Ireland, healed and whole, weaving the lullaby. The air hung heavy with expectation, thick with the unspoken pleas of the restless spirits. Owaif took a deep breath, the damp chill of the morning air doing little to quell the fire in her belly. She felt the weight of the land upon her, a responsibility as vast and ancient as the hills themselves. This wasn't merely a song she was about to sing. It was a prayer, a weaving of magic, a reconciliation with the past, the fragment of melody gifted by the Lady of the Lake echoed in her mind, a haunting, ethereal tune that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeats of Ireland itself. She began, her voice a hesitant whisper at first, a tentative exploration of the melody's potential. The words, ancient Gaelic, poured forth, each syllable a prayer, each phrase a balm. She sang of the ancient kings and queens, their triumphs and their tragedies, their loves and their losses. She sang of the battles fought on sacred ground, the blood spilled, the tears shed, the echoes of sorrow that still lingered in the air. The moonlight, filtering through the swirling mist, painted the scene in shades of silver and gray. It danced upon the surface of the well, reflecting the light in shimmering patterns that seemed to mirror the intricate weave of the lullaby. The mist itself seemed to be a part of the song, its tendrils curling and unfurling as if responding to the rise and fall of her voice. It was as if the very fabric of the land was participating in the creation of this sacred melody. The physical act of singing was demanding. Each note required immense concentration, each word a careful placement of intention. Her throat ached, her voice strained, but she pressed on, fueled by an unwavering determination. This was more than a physical exertion. It was a battle of wills, a confrontation with the shadows that clung to the land, a struggle to wrest the land from the grip of despair. As she sang, she incorporated the rhythms of the land, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the whisper of the wind through the ancient stones, the murmur of the water in the well. It was a profound act of communion, a merging of her spirit with the spirit of the land, a symphony of sorrow and hope intertwining to create a powerful force for healing. The restless spirits, at first agitated by the intensity of her song, began to react. Their erratic movements slowed, their mournful cries softening into a low hum. Their shadowy forms seemed to solidify slightly. Their faces, though still marked by grief, showing a flicker of curiosity, a hint of recognition, of understanding. It was as if her song was penetrating the veil of their sorrow, reaching the very core of their being. She wove into her lullaby the legends of the Tuatha De Danann, the ancient gods and goddesses of Ireland, their power and grace interwoven into the fabric of the song. She sang of Brigid, the goddess of healing and poetry, invoking her presence, soliciting her aid in this sacred task. She invoked the wisdom of the ancient oaks, the strength of the mountains, the enduring spirit of the Irish people. The process was not without its challenges. At times, the spirit's energy would surge, threatening to overwhelm her, to drown out her song with their collective grief. But Awafi held firm, her voice unwavering, her resolve unshaken. She drew strength from the earth beneath her feet, from the ancient stones that surrounded the well, from the memory of the silver stag and the protective spirit wolves who had guided her on her journey. She sang of the cycles of life and death, the eternal dance of creation and destruction, the continuous renewal that is inherent in the natural world. She sang of the importance of remembering the past, but also of the necessity of letting go, of finding peace in the face of loss. As the lullaby progressed, the mist thickened, enshrouding her and the spirits in a protective embrace. It was as if the mist itself was woven into the song, becoming a part of its healing power. The moonlight filtered through the mist, cast an ethereal glow upon the scene, transforming the ancient well into a sacred sanctuary. The spirits, lulled by the melody, began to move in a slower, more deliberate manner. Their energy, once chaotic and frenzied, began to settle, becoming a tranquil current that flowed around Eroif, no longer threatening but supportive. Their cries transformed into soft sighs, their restless energy giving way to a quiet acceptance. With each passing verse, Awefi's connection to the land deepened. She felt the ancient magic surging within her, flowing through her veins, energizing her voice, and imbuing her song with a power that transcended the mere sounds of words. It was a powerful symphony of sorrow and healing, a poignant declaration of hope, a profound testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The final notes faded into the still morning air. A profound silence descended, a silence so deep and complete that it felt almost tangible. The restless spirits, their sorrow finally assuaged, faded into the mist, leaving behind a palpable sense of peace. The turbulent energy that had once filled the air was replaced by a quiet serenity, a tranquil calm that permeated the very fabric of the land. The ancient magic, long dormant, stirred within the depths of the earth, preparing for its awakening. The well, once a swirling vortex of unrest, now shimmered with a gentle, ethereal light, reflecting the newfound peace that had settled over the land. Oife stood there, exhausted but triumphant, knowing that she had succeeded in her mission. The lullaby had been woven, the spirits had found peace, and the land of Ireland was on the cusp of a new dawn. The journey was far from over, but for now, a profound sense of calm settled over her, the promise of healing and renewal hanging heavy in the air. The land breathed, and with it, Awafi felt a renewed strength, a quiet hope for the future. The power of the lullaby, the final notes of the lullaby, a delicate whisper carried on the morning breeze, faded into the stillness. For a moment, there was only silence, a profound absence of sound that pressed upon all like a physical weight. Then a subtle shift, a tremor in the earth, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. It was as if the land itself exhaled, releasing the pent-up tension that had burdened it for centuries. The restless spirits, once a tempestuous storm of grief and anger, began to recede. Their shadowy forms, previously agitated and erratic, now moved with a slow, deliberate grace. Their mournful cries, which had echoed through the valley for generations, softened into gentle sighs, like the rustling of leaves on a summer's eve. One by one, they faded into the swirling mist, their energy dissolving into the very fabric of the landscape, leaving behind only a lingering sense of peace. The mist itself seemed to respond to the lullaby's power, thick and swirling moments before it thinned, becoming translucent, revealing the ancient stones surrounding Bridget's well bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of the rising sun. The water in the well, once agitated and turbulent, now mirrored the calm of the surrounding air, its surface as smooth as polished silver, reflecting the serene light with a gentle ripple. The air, once heavy with the weight of sorrow, lightened, becoming crisp and clean, carrying the scent of wildflowers and damp earth. A sense of profound tranquility settled over the valley, a stillness so complete that it felt like a tangible presence wrapping around Awif in a comforting embrace. The birds, awakened by the shift in the atmosphere, began to sing, their melodies weaving themselves into the lingering echoes of the lullaby, creating a harmonious symphony of rebirth. The impact of the lullaby extended far beyond the immediate vicinity of Bridget's well. Awifi felt it, a ripple effect spreading outwards, encompassing the surrounding hills, valleys, and plains. She sensed the calming influence seeping into the very heart of the land, soothing the ancient wounds that had festered for centuries. The restless spirits, connected by an unseen web of energy, felt the shift simultaneously. Their sorrow, once a pervasive force, began to dissipate, replaced by a quiet acceptance of their fate. Deep within the earth, the dormant magic of the Tuatha De Danann stirred. It was a slow, gradual awakening, like a sleeping giant stretching its limbs after a long slumber. The land responded to the lullaby's healing touch, its ancient energies beginning to flow once more, replenishing the depleted reserves of magic that had been waning for generations. The earth seemed to breathe, its pulse quickening with renewed vitality. The very stones seemed to hum with a faint, almost imperceptible energy, a testament to the awakening magic. Even the most hardened spirits, those who had clung fiercely to their grief, succumbed to the lullaby's power. Their resistance, initially strong, gradually weakened, their resentment melting away like ice under the warmth of the sun. The song's influence transcended language, speaking to the core of their being, to the deepest layers of their sorrow and pain. It was a balm for their troubled souls, a soothing elixir that eased their suffering and brought a measure of peace to their tormented spirits. Aoife herself felt a profound shift within. The exhaustion she had felt moments before evaporated, replaced by a surge of invigorating energy. The intensity of the experience left her feeling drained, yet simultaneously revitalized, as if she had been cleansed, purified by the sacred act she had just performed. She stood there, bathed in the soft morning light, feeling the ancient power of the land coursing through her veins. A deep connection forged through song and sacrifice. The journey had been arduous, filled with challenges and obstacles, but the reward was beyond measure. She had faced down the shadows that had clung to the land, confronted the ghosts of its past, and emerged victorious, her voice the instrument of healing, her song the catalyst for renewal. The lullaby, a weaving of ancient Gaelic, moonlight, and mist, had succeeded in its purpose, restoring balance to the mortal and supernatural worlds. The land, once burdened by centuries of sorrow and unrest, now breathed a sigh of relief. The lullaby, a powerful incantation of peace, had penetrated the veil of despair, reaching the very essence of Ireland's soul. The ancient magic, once dormant, awakened, its energy coursing through the veins of the earth, promising a new dawn, a time of renewal and rebirth. The whispers of the past remained, but they were now intertwined with the hope of a brighter future. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its golden rays upon the rejuvenated landscape, Aoife began her descent from the hill, leaving behind the sacred well, transformed and shimmering with a gentle, ethereal light. She carried with her the weight of accomplishment, but also a renewed sense of purpose. The path ahead remained uncertain, but she walked forward with newfound confidence, knowing that she had not only awakened the land's dormant magic, but had also awakened something profound within herself, a strength and resilience born from the heart of the ancient land. The lullaby's magic continued to ripple outwards, spreading its tranquility across the land, a testament to the enduring power of song, a profound act of reconciliation between the mortal realm and the other world, a bridge built on the foundations of sorrow, healed by the power of hope and a whispered melody. The echoing silence of the valley was filled only with the gentle murmur of the stream and the songs of birds, a harmonious counterpoint to the recently quelled lament of the restless spirits. Awafe felt the lingering presence of the ancient magic, a tangible hum in the air, a gentle pulse beneath her feet. The land had awakened, and with it, so had she. The journey wasn't over. There would be other challenges, other tests of her abilities. But as she walked away from Bridget's sacred well, Awif carried with her the confidence of a victory hard won, the knowledge that even the deepest sorrows could be healed, and the understanding that the power of a whispered lullaby infused with the ancient magic of Ireland could mend the very fabric of the land. The memory of the lullaby, the feeling of the ancient magic flowing through her, the lingering peace of the valley would remain with her, a source of strength and inspiration for the next leg of her journey. The air grew warmer, the sun casting long shadows across the valley. The transformation was not merely superficial, it was profound, a shift in the very essence of the land. The lullaby had not only calmed the restless spirits, it had awakened the slumbering magic of the land, preparing it for a new era of peace and prosperity. The journey had been long and arduous, but Awif felt the weight of her success settling upon her, a sense of completion, of fulfillment. She had fulfilled her purpose, weaving a lullaby of peace that resonated throughout the land. As she walked, Awaf contemplated the deeper meaning of her experience. The lullaby, she realized, was not merely a song. It was a ritual, a ceremony of reconciliation, a dialogue between the mortal and supernatural worlds. It was a testament to the power of memory, the importance of remembering the past, and the enduring strength of hope. The song itself was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, its ability to overcome even the deepest sorrows and emerge stronger, wiser, and more connected to the ancient rhythms of the land. The land, rejuvenated and revitalized, was ready to embrace the future. The lullaby had broken the cycle of unrest, ushering in an era of tranquility and peace. The ancient magic, awakened from its slumber, would flow freely once more, enriching the land and its people. The echoes of the lullaby, a symphony of hope and healing, would linger in the air for generations to come, a reminder of the power of song, the enduring strength of the human spirit, and the magical connection between the mortal and supernatural worlds. The journey was far from over, but for now, Awefa walked forward, her heart filled with a quiet hope for the future, knowing that the lullaby had not only restored peace to the land, but had also awakened a profound sense of purpose within her own soul. The magic of Ireland, once fading, was now rekindled, and Awaif, the young druid, was its guardian, awakening the land. The earth hummed, a low, resonant thrumming that vibrated through Awaifi's very bones. It wasn't the tremor she'd felt earlier, a subtle shift in the ground. This was something deeper, more profound, a reverberation from the heart of the island itself. The air, once heavy with the weight of centuries of sorrow, now shimmered with a newly awakened energy, a vibrant pulse that throbbed with the lifeblood of the land. The transformation was immediate and breathtaking, where moments before the landscape had been muted, almost lifeless. Now, a wave of vibrant color washed over the valley, wilting wildflowers, their heads drooping in despair, suddenly lifted, their petals unfurling to greet the sun. Their vibrant hues, deep blues, fiery reds, and sunny yellows, painted the landscape in a riot of color, a stark contrast to the muted tones of just moments ago. The air filled with their sweet fragrance, a heady mix of honeysuckle, meadowgrass, and wild thyme, a scent both ancient and intoxicating. The nearby stream, previously sluggish and choked with debris, now flowed freely, its waters sparkling and clear, reflecting the newly awakened light like liquid silver. The sound of its gentle rush, once a mournful whisper, now filled the air with a joyous melody, a testament to the land's revitalization. Smooth, gray stones, previously dull and lifeless, now shone with an inner luminescence, their surfaces polished by the rejuvenated water, their colors intensified as if touched by an unseen hand. The ancient trees, their branches gnarled and twisted with age, their leaves withered and brown, stirred to life, their bark, once dry and cracked, softened, revealing a vibrant green beneath. New leaves unfurled, their tender green contrasting with the ruggedness of their ancient forms. The trees seemed to sigh, their leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, a collective exhalation of relief, a silent thanks for the renewed vitality flowing through their ancient roots. They reached towards the sky, their branches stretching upwards as if yearning for the sun. their renewed vigor a testament to the lullaby's power. The very air vibrated with their energy, a palpable hum that resonated with the earth's renewed pulse. The transformation extended far beyond the immediate vicinity of Bridget's well. Oif felt it, a ripple effect spreading outwards, touching every corner of the island. The mountains, once shrouded in a perpetual mist of sorrow, now stood tall and majestic, their peaks bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. Their stony faces seemed softer, their edges less harsh, as if the land itself had relaxed, shedding the burden of centuries of pain. The valleys, previously desolate and barren, now bloomed with life. Fields of emerald green stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with the vibrant colors of wildflowers. The air buzzed with the activity of insects, their hum a symphony of rebirth, their delicate dance a celebration of renewed life. Animals, previously subdued and fearful, emerged from their hiding places, their movements filled with a newfound confidence, their eyes reflecting the radiant energy of the rejuvenated land. The sea itself seemed to respond to the lullaby's power. The waves, once crashing against the shore with a mournful roar, now lapped gently, their rhythm soothing and calming. The water, previously dark and turbulent, now shimmered with a turquoise luminescence, its surface reflecting the clear blue sky, its gentle undulations, a reflection of the island's newfound peace. The entire island breathed a collective sigh of relief. The land, once burdened by centuries of sorrow and unrest, now radiated a newfound strength and vitality. The fading magic, once a mere whisper, now surged with a renewed power, its energy coursing through the veins of the earth, rejuvenating every living thing in its path. It was as if the island itself had awakened from a long, deep slumber, shaking off the weight of its past, ready to embrace the future with open arms. The ancient stones, silent witnesses to centuries of history, hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible energy, a testament to the awakened magic. They seemed to glow with an inner light, their surfaces reflecting the radiant energy coursing through the land. Their cold, unyielding surfaces now radiated a warmth that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. Even the air itself felt different. It was lighter, crisper, carrying the scent of wildflowers, damp earth, and the salty tang of the sea. It was the air of a land reborn, a land cleansed of its sorrows, its spirit renewed. the lingering echoes of the lullaby, a gentle whisper carried on the breeze, seemed to weave themselves into the fabric of the landscape, a constant reminder of the profound transformation that had taken place. The balance between the mortal and supernatural realms had been restored. The restless spirits, once a tempestuous storm of grief and anger, had found their peace. Their energy, once disruptive and destructive, now flowed harmoniously with the land's renewed vitality. The veil between the worlds had thinned, allowing a free flow of energy between the two realms, creating a harmonious coexistence. Awifi stood amidst this breathtaking transformation, her heart filled with a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. The journey had been arduous, filled with challenges and obstacles, but the reward was immeasurable. She had not only awakened the land's dormant magic, but she had also awakened something profound within herself, a deep connection to the land, strength born from the heart of the ancient earth, a sense of purpose that would guide her steps in the years to come. The lullaby, a simple song woven from moonlight and mist, had been the key, unlocking the door to a new era of peace and prosperity for the land. The echoes of the lullaby, a testament to the power of song and the resilience of the human spirit, would continue to resonate throughout the land, a beacon of hope for generations to come. The land, once weary and burdened, now pulsed with life, a vibrant testament to the power of hope and the enduring magic of Ireland. The calm returns. The transformation wasn't merely a visual spectacle, it was a visceral experience. The very air vibrated with a newfound stillness, a profound peace that settled over the land like a gentle blanket. The wind, which had previously howled with a mournful keening, now whispered secrets through the rustling leaves, a soft lullaby carried on the breeze. The birdsong, once frantic and disjointed, now flowed in a harmonious chorus, a symphony of tranquility that filled the air. Even the distant roar of the ocean seemed to soften, its waves now lapping gently against the shore, a rhythmic pulse of serenity. Eoif felt the calm seep into her bones, a soothing balm that eased the tension that had knotted her muscles during her arduous journey. The exhaustion that had weighed her down, the burden of her responsibility, began to lift, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment. She had done it. She had succeeded where others had failed. She had awakened the dormant magic of the land, restoring the delicate balance between the mortal and supernatural worlds. The vibrant colors of the revitalized landscape seemed to deepen, their intensity amplified by the pervasive stillness. The wildflowers, their petals now fully unfurled, seemed to glow with an inner light, their fragrance intensified, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating aroma. The trees, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze, seemed to sway in a slow, deliberate dance, as if celebrating the return of harmony. The stones of Bridget's well, previously cold and unyielding, now radiated a gentle warmth, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal light. A deep, tranquil slumber began to descend upon the land. It wasn't a sleep of death, but a sleep of restoration, a peaceful repose that allowed the land to heal and rejuvenate. The animals, their movements previously filled with a newfound confidence, now settled into a peaceful slumber, their bodies relaxed, their breaths slow and even. The birds ceased their singing, their bodies nestled amongst the branches, their feathers fluffed for warmth and comfort. Even the insects, their hum a symphony of rebirth, seemed to quiet, their activity slowing to a gentle stillness. The land itself seemed to exhale, releasing the centuries of sorrow and unrest that had burdened it. The mountains, their peaks bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, seemed to relax, their stony faces softened by the pervasive peace. The valleys, once desolate and barren, now lay bathed in a golden light, their emerald green fields stretching as far as the eye could see. The sea, its turquoise luminescence, intensified by the setting sun, reflected the serene sky like a mirror, its waves now whispering secrets to the shore. Awaf watched as the land slipped into its gentle slumber, a profound peace settling over the island. The air grew still, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft lapping of waves. The silence was not empty, but filled with a palpable sense of serenity, a deep contentment that permeated everything. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a silence that whispered of harmony restored, of balance achieved, of a land finally at peace. The ancient stones surrounding Bridget's well seemed to hum with a faint energy, a gentle thrumming that vibrated through the ground and into Awifi's very being. It was a reassuring energy, a sense of protection and security that filled her with a profound sense of gratitude and accomplishment. She had fulfilled her destiny. She had restored harmony to to her beloved homeland. The weight of her responsibility lifted, replaced by a wave of contentment that washed over her, easing her weary body and soul. She sank to her knees, the cool earth a comforting presence beneath her, the grass, soft and yielding, felt like a velvet cushion beneath her hands. She closed her eyes, breathing in the sweet scent of wildflowers, the clean scent of damp earth, the salty tang of the sea. The air was alive with the energy of the land, a vibrant pulse that resonated with her own heartbeat. The moon, a silver disk in the darkening sky, cast its soft glow over the valley, bathing the land in its gentle light. The mist, once a symbol of sorrow and despair, now swirled around her like a protective embrace, its delicate tendrils dancing in the gentle breeze. The stars, countless diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, twinkled like welcoming eyes, their light a beacon of hope and reassurance. Our wife felt a profound connection to the land, a deep bond that transcended the boundaries of time and space. She was part of this land, its history woven into her very being. She was a daughter of Ireland, a protector of its ancient magic, a guardian of its sacred places. This was her home, and she would always protect it, always cherish it, always strive to preserve its beauty and its magic. As the land slipped deeper into its tranquil slumber, Aoife felt a sense of completion. Her journey had been arduous, filled with challenges and trials, but the reward was immeasurable. She had not only awakened the dormant magic of the land, but had also awakened something profound within herself, a strength born from the heart of the ancient earth, a purpose that would guide her steps in the years to come. She had found her place in the world, her role in the grand tapestry of life, the echoes of her lullaby, a gentle whisper carried on the breeze, seemed to permeate the very fabric of the land, a constant reminder of the transformation that had taken place. The land, once weary and burdened, now pulsed with life, its energy renewed, its spirit restored. The balance between the mortal and supernatural worlds had been restored, a harmonious coexistence achieved. The restless spirits had found their peace, their energy now flowing harmoniously with the land's renewed vitality. The veil between the worlds had thinned, allowing a free flow of energy between the two realms. The land rested, knowing it was protected and cared for. Our wife, exhausted but fulfilled, watched as the land drifted into its deep, peaceful sleep, she knew that the magic would continue to grow, that the peace she had restored would endure. The land would thrive, its beauty and magic preserved for generations to come. And a wife, the young druid, would be there to witness it, to protect it, to ensure that the harmony she had restored would never be broken. The ancient stones, the whispering trees, the murmuring stream, they all stood witness to the restored balance, the reborn land, a testament to the unwavering spirit of a young woman who dared to dream of a better world, a world where the magic of ancient Ireland flowed freely, a world bathed in the serene light of peace, the world Oath had helped to create, the world she would continue to safeguard, a changed landscape. The transformation was complete. Where once a pall of weariness had hung heavy, now a vibrant energy pulsed through the land. The air, once thick with a sense of impending doom, was now crisp and clean, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the salty tang of the sea. The water in the streams and rivers, previously sluggish and murky, now flowed with a renewed clarity, sparkling under the sunlight like liquid silver. Even the stones themselves seemed to have shed their burden, their surfaces gleaming with a newfound vibrancy. The revitalization was not merely a visual spectacle. It was a tangible, palpable shift in the very essence of the island. It was felt in the briskness of the wind that now carried the scent of blossoming heather across the moors, in the gentle murmur of the streams that flowed over smooth, sun-warmed stones, and in the confident strides of the deer that grazed peacefully in the newly verdant meadows. The very earth seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a subtle vibration that resonated deep within Aoif's very being. The animals, once skittish and wary, now moved with a newfound grace and confidence. The wild horses, their coats gleaming like polished ebony, galloped across the rolling hills, their manes and tails streaming behind them like banners. The birds, their songs previously laced with a note of sorrow, now filled the air with a joyous chorus, their melodies intertwining to create a symphony of vibrant life. Even the smallest creatures, the busy bees, the flitting butterflies, the scurrying squirrels, seemed to move with a heightened energy, their actions imbued with a vitality that was both exhilarating and deeply comforting. The plants responded with equal vigor. The wildflowers, their petals fully unfurled, burst forth in a riot of color, their blooms more intense, their fragrances more intoxicating than Off had ever experienced. The ancient trees, their branches reaching towards the sky like supplicating arms, seemed to sway in a slow, graceful dance, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. The ferns, once drooping and withered, uncurled their fronds, revealing a vibrant green that reflected the renewed energy of the land. Even the seemingly lifeless stones seemed to hum with a subtle vitality, their surfaces shimmering faintly in the sunlight. The air hummed with the renewed magic, a subtle but undeniable presence that filled Aoif with a sense of wonder and awe. It was a magic that was both ancient and new, a force that had been dormant for centuries, now awakened and revitalized. The very fabric of the land seemed to shimmer, its essence infused with a potent energy that flowed freely through the earth, the air, and the water. Awife walked amongst this vibrant landscape, feeling a profound sense of connection to the land. The earth beneath her feet felt alive, responsive to her touch. The wind whispered secrets in her ear, carrying the scent of the blossoming heather and the salty tang of the sea. The sun warmed her face, its golden rays casting a comforting glow upon the rejuvenated land. She paused by Brigid's well, its waters now crystal clear, reflecting the azure sky above. The stones surrounding the well radiated a gentle warmth, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal light. The energy emanating from the well was palpable, a vibrant pulse that resonated deep within Awif's being. She felt a profound sense of gratitude and peace, a fulfillment that transcended the physical realm. Her journey, arduous as it had been, had culminated in this moment of breathtaking beauty and profound harmony. The change wasn't limited to the physical realm. It extended into the spiritual and emotional realms as well. A palpable sense of harmony pervaded the land, a deep-seated tranquility that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. The restless spirits, once a source of fear and unrest, were now at peace, their energies flowing harmoniously with the renewed vitality of the land. The veil between the worlds had thinned, allowing for a free flow of energy between the mortal and supernatural realms. This harmony was evident in the demeanor of the people who inhabited the island. Their faces, once etched with worry and despair, now held a renewed sense of hope and optimism. Their movements were more fluid, their laughter more spontaneous, their spirits lifted by the renewed energy of the land. They seemed to move in rhythm with the land itself, their lives interwoven with the heartbeat of nature. The children, particularly, seemed to thrive in this revitalized environment. Their laughter echoed through the valleys, their games filled with a boundless energy. They ran freely through the meadows, their faces alight with joy, their spirits soaring with the renewed magic of the land. They instinctively understood the harmony that pervaded their surroundings, their innocent hearts attuned to the rhythms of nature. Their play was a reflection of the renewed energy, their spontaneous joy, a testament to the healing that had taken place. The elders, too, felt the profound impact of the transformation. Their wisdom, once clouded by sorrow and despair, now shone with a newfound clarity. Their stories, once imbued with a sense of loss, now resonated with hope and resilience. They shared their knowledge with the younger generations, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancients would continue to guide the people of the island. Their presence was a comforting reminder of the enduring strength of the community. Even the ancient monuments, standing as silent witnesses to the passage of time, seemed to resonate with renewed energy. Their stones, once cold and unyielding, now radiated a gentle warmth, their surfaces gleaming with an ethereal light. The ancient standing stones, the intricate carvings on the old crosses, and the weathered walls of the ancient forts seemed to hum with a quiet energy, reflecting the renewed life force of the island. They stood as testaments to the resilience and enduring spirit of the land, silently echoing the healing that had taken place. They were tangible reminders of the land's rich history and enduring spirit, their presence a source of comfort and inspiration to all who beheld them. Owifi, weary but deeply satisfied, watched as the land settled into its new rhythm. The sunset painted the sky with hues of orange, purple, and gold, casting a warm glow over the revitalized landscape. The gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the trees, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. The waves lapped gently against the shore, their rhythmic pulse a soothing lullaby. This wasn't merely the end of her quest. It was the beginning of a new era, an era of harmony, balance, and vibrant life for the land she loved, the land she had saved, the land she would forever protect. The gratitude of the people. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and violet. As the people of the land began to gather, they came from every corner of the island, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and gratitude. They had witnessed the transformation, The incredible shift from a land burdened by despair to one brimming with renewed life and magic. Ahoifa, standing amidst them, felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling deeper than the sun's embrace. This wasn't simply the gratitude of a community, it was the collective appreciation of a people whose very existence had been teetering on the brink. The air hummed with anticipation, a palpable energy that throbbed in the heart of the gathering. Elder Maeve, her eyes shining with an ancient wisdom, stepped forward. Her voice, though frail, resonated with a power that silenced the murmuring crowd. Oh, she began, her words carrying the weight of generations. You have saved us. You have not only restored the land, but you have rekindled the very spirit of our people. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, a wave of emotion that washed over Ewife. She had faced countless challenges, risked everything, and now, witnessing the outpouring of appreciation, understood the depth of her accomplishment. This wasn't just about reviving magic, it was about restoring hope, restoring faith, and restoring the very soul of the land. The celebration that followed was unlike anything Aoife had ever experienced. It wasn't just a feast, it was a testament to the enduring spirit of the people, a vibrant expression of their gratitude and renewed hope. They danced under the starlit sky, their movements fluid and graceful, mirroring the revitalized energy of the land. The ancient songs of the Tuatha De Danann, songs passed down through countless generations, filled the air, weaving a tapestry of ancient lore and renewed hope. The music resonated with the earth itself, its rhythms echoing the pulse of the land. Oifi found herself swept away by the jubilant energy, feeling a profound connection to the people and the land she had fought so hard to protect. Their laughter, their joyous songs, their vibrant dance, all were expressions of their collective relief and newfound hope. Each step, each twirl, each note sung was an affirmation of life itself. Children, their faces alight with wonder, ran through the gathering, their laughter echoing through the night. They scattered flower petals, their innocent joy adding a layer of sweetness to the celebration. They ran and they played, their movements mirroring the very freedom that had returned to their land. They felt the rejuvenating magic in the wind, the plants, and even in the ground beneath their feet. Theirs was a carefree joy, a reflection of the vitality that had been restored to their world. The elders, their faces etched with the wisdom of ages, sat in a circle, their voices a low murmur against the joyful exuberance of the celebrations. They shared stories of the past, tales of ancient heroes and mythical creatures, their voices weaving a rich tapestry of history and legend. These stories weren't simply narratives, they were living legacies, reminders of their ancestors' resilience and the enduring spirit of their people. Each story served as a testament to the enduring nature of their culture and their identity. The feast itself was a testament to the bounty of the revitalized land. Tables laden with food overflowed with the fruits of the earth, plump apples, juicy berries, roasted meats, and loaves of freshly baked bread. The abundance reflected the richness of the land, its vitality restored by Awoife's actions. The sharing of food wasn't merely a meal, it was a communal act, a symbol of unity and shared gratitude. Every bite was a celebration of the land's bounty. As the night deepened, the celebration continued. The air filled with the scent of wood smoke and roasted meats, the sounds of laughter and music weaving a tapestry of joy and gratitude. The stars themselves seemed to shine brighter, their light reflecting the renewed spirit of the people. A waif sat back, watching the celebrations, a profound sense of accomplishment washing over her. This wasn't simply a victory, it was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the enduring power of hope, and the magical bond between the land and its people. The following days were filled with a similar outpouring of appreciation. The people showered Awif with gifts, intricately woven tapestries, handcrafted jewelry, and pottery adorned with ancient Celtic symbols. But the most precious gifts were the stories they shared, stories of their ancestors, their legends, and their hopes for the future. These stories, passed down through generations, were a testament to the enduring spirit of their culture and the people's unwavering commitment to preserving it. Awifi spent her days listening to these tales, learning about the rich history and traditions of the people she had saved. She learned of their ancient customs, their beliefs, and their deep connection to the land. Each story was a piece of a larger puzzle, a testament to the unique identity and heritage of this land. She realized that her quest had not only restored the magic of the land, but had also strengthened the bond between the land and its people, forging a new era of unity and shared purpose. The people honored Awaif in countless ways. They named a spring in her honor, its waters as clear and pure as her spirit, they erected a stone circle to commemorate her bravery and unwavering commitment to their land. They created songs and poems celebrating her courage, her wisdom, and her selfless dedication. But most importantly, they acknowledged her as one of them, not as a savior from afar, but as a protector of their heritage and a friend to their community. Awifi understood that this was more than just a celebration of her actions. It was a testament to their collective strength and resilience. The people had not only accepted the challenge, they had actively participated in the revitalization process, learning from their past and embracing the future with renewed vigor. It was the culmination of a shared journey, a collective triumph. The people's gratitude was not just a fleeting emotion, it was a deep-seated recognition of their interdependence. They understood that their well-being was inextricably linked to the health of the land and its magic. Awifa's actions had not only restored the balance of nature, but had also restored their faith in themselves and their future. The celebration wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a new era, an era of harmony, cooperation, and shared prosperity, built on the foundations of gratitude and mutual respect. A wife, the young druid who had embarked on a solitary quest, now found herself at the heart of a thriving community, a cherished member of a vibrant culture. Her journey had been arduous, filled with peril and uncertainty, but the outpouring of love and gratitude she received was a reward far greater than any she could have imagined. She had saved the land, yes, but more importantly, she had found her place within it, not just as a savior, but as a part of the rich tapestry of life that had been restored, and a guardian of the magic that now flourished anew. Her journey had come full circle, her personal triumph inextricably intertwined with the collective rejoicing of the people whose lives she had touched so profoundly. Awif's new role. The celebrations eventually subsided, leaving behind a quiet contentment that settled over the land like a gentle mist. The vibrant energy of the festivities lingered, a palpable hum resonating within the earth itself. But the quiet was not a silence. It was a stillness pregnant with possibility, a peace born from the shared experience of triumph and renewal. Our wife, though weary from her journey, felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She had saved the land, but the true reward lay in the connection she now shared with its people. Her new role within the community unfolded organically, It wasn't a formal appointment. No decree or proclamation announced her ascension. It was a gradual, natural shift, a recognition born from shared experience and mutual respect. She had risked everything, venturing into the heart of the other world, facing mythical creatures and ancient spirits, all for the sake of this land and its people. They, in turn, acknowledged her bravery and wisdom, seeking her guidance and counsel. No longer was she just a young druid, a solitary wanderer seeking to restore fading magic. She became a revered protector, a guardian of the land's fragile balance between the mortal and spiritual realms. The elders, recognizing her innate understanding of the ancient ways, began to consult her on matters of significance. Her insights into the delicate interplay of nature and magic became invaluable in making decisions affecting the community's well-being. She was no longer merely a participant in the life of the community. She was its anchor, a stabilizing force that ensured the continued harmony of their unique existence. Awifi's teaching began subtly. She shared her knowledge of herbs and their healing properties, instructing the younger generation in the art of herbal remedies and the proper reverence for the gifts of nature. She showed them how to harness the power of the land, not for personal gain, but for the benefit of the community as a whole. She taught them to understand the language of birds, the whispers of the wind, and the ancient wisdom held within the stones and trees. Her teachings weren't confined to the practical. They encompassed a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between the mortal and spiritual realms that needed constant vigilance and nurturing. Her lessons transcended mere instruction. They were immersive experiences. She led them on guided walks through the forests, pointing out the subtle magic hidden in the rustling leaves and the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. She taught them how to read the signs of the seasons, how to predict the weather by observing the flight of birds and the behavior of animals. She shared stories of the Tuatha De Danann, not as mere folklore, but as living lessons, cautionary tales, and inspirational narratives woven into the very fabric of their existence. These were not just stories to entertain, they were tools to understand the past, navigate the present, and prepare for the future. A wife encouraged the community to engage in rituals and practices designed to strengthen their connection to the land. They held seasonal celebrations, honoring the changing cycles of nature with songs, dances, and offerings. These weren't merely festive occasions, they were acts of communion, a shared acknowledgement of their dependence on the land's generosity. They celebrated the solstices and equinoxes with renewed fervor, their rituals a testament to their appreciation for the natural world and its life-giving magic. She taught them the importance of sustainable living, demonstrating how to cultivate the land without depleting its resources. She showed them the delicate art of balance, the careful stewardship required to ensure the continued flourishing of their environment. She urged them to respect the land, not as a resource to be exploited, but as a sacred entity, a living being deserving of their love, care, and protection. This wasn't simply environmentalism, it was a spiritual practice, a way of life rooted in reverence for the natural world and its inherent magic. Her leadership wasn't autocratic, it was collaborative. She listened to the concerns and ideas of her community members, valuing their input and fostering a sense of shared responsibility. She empowered them to take ownership of their roles in maintaining the balance of their world, encouraging them to participate actively in the preservation of their cultural heritage and the protection of their environment. Her vision was not to rule, but to guide, to mentor, and to empower. As the seasons changed, so did the landscape, reflecting the renewed vitality of the land. The once barren fields blossomed with life, the forests teemed with wildlife, and the rivers flowed freely, their waters mirroring the vibrant spirit of the community. Awaken watched with quiet satisfaction, understanding that her role wasn't merely to restore the land's magic, but to help the people cultivate and maintain it, becoming custodians of their unique heritage. The stories of Awaken's heroism and wisdom spread far beyond the confines of her immediate community. People from neighboring villages and distant settlements came seeking her guidance, drawn by the reputation of the land that had been reborn and the young druid who had made it possible. She shared her knowledge freely, spreading the seeds of understanding and empowering others to protect and nurture the magic within their own communities. Her influence extended far beyond the geographical boundaries of her home, creating a ripple effect of restoration and renewal across the land. The transformation wasn't merely physical, it was spiritual. The people had rediscovered their connection to the land, to their ancestors, and to the magic that had always been a part of their existence. The sense of community strengthened, bound together by a shared experience, a common purpose, and a profound respect for the delicate balance that sustained their world. Awif's role was not only to revive magic, but to remind them of their inherent ability to create a harmonious coexistence between the mortal and supernatural worlds. Years passed, and Aoife, no longer a young woman, continued to be a source of guidance and inspiration for generations to come. Her wisdom, passed down through stories and teachings, ensured that the delicate balance between the mortal and spiritual realms remained intact. The land flourished, a testament to the enduring strength of its people and the profound magic that Awifi, in her quiet leadership, had helped to preserve. Her legacy was not just in the revival of the magic, but in the creation of a community that understood and cherished the delicate balance between nature, magic, and the human spirit, securing a future where both could thrive in harmony. The land remembered her not just as a savior, but as a teacher, a guardian, and a friend, forever entwined with the very fabric of its existence. Lessons learned. The whispering wind carried the scent of peat smoke and wildflowers, a familiar perfume that spoke of home, of a land reborn. Awif sat by Brigid's well, the silver surface reflecting the twilight sky, its stillness mirroring the peace that had settled over the land. The echoes of the recent celebrations, the joyful cacophony of music and laughter, still lingered in her memory, but now a deeper quietude reigned, a tranquility born not of inactivity, but of profound harmony. She traced the rim of the well with her fingers, the cool stone a comforting weight against her skin. The journey had been arduous, a relentless test of her physical and spiritual strength. She had faced down the banshee's mournful wail, deciphered the riddles of the Lady of the Lake, and navigated the treacherous labyrinth beneath the fairy hill. The memory of the shadowed tunnels, the chilling breath of the other world, sent a shiver down her spine, a stark contrast to the warmth now radiating from the land. Yet, within that fear, there had been a growing strength, a blossoming confidence in her abilities. The lullaby, the whispered song that had awakened the dormant magic, resonated within her, a melody both ancient and deeply personal. It wasn't just a series of notes, it was a conduit, a bridge between the mortal and supernatural worlds, a testament to the power of connection. The melody was now interwoven with the very essence of the land, its rhythm echoing in the rustling leaves, the whispering wind, and the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. Composing it had been a pivotal moment, a culmination of her journey, and a profound act of creation, more than the physical restoration of the land's magic. The true lesson lay in the transformation of her own spirit. The journey hadn't just been about reviving a fading power, it had been a crucible, forging her into something stronger, more resilient, more deeply connected to the mystical heart of Ireland. She had faced her own doubts, her own fears, and emerged victorious, not because of some inherent superiority, but because of the strength she found within herself, nurtured by the land and guided by the ancient spirits. The weight of her newfound responsibilities was undeniable. She was no longer merely a young druid striving to restore balance. She was a guardian, a protector, a beacon of hope for the community. The elders' trust, the community's reliance, placed a significant burden upon her shoulders. But this weight didn't crush her. It empowered her. It was a testament to their faith, a recognition of her abilities, and a shared commitment to the delicate harmony she had helped to reestablish. This wasn't a lonely burden, however. The community had become her extended family, a bond forged through shared hardship and collective triumph. She had learned the profound importance of shared responsibility, of community cooperation, and the strength that comes from working together towards a common goal. Her previous solitude, while necessary for her personal growth, had given way to a deeper, more meaningful connection with the people whose lives she had touched. The celebrations weren't just celebrations of the land's restored magic, but a celebration of their bond, of their shared journey, and of their collective resilience. The lessons extended beyond the practical. She had learned the true meaning of stewardship, of the responsibility inherent in wielding magic and knowledge. It wasn't about control or domination, but about nurturing and protecting. The land wasn't a resource to be exploited, but a sacred entity, a living being that deserved respect and reverence. This understanding extended to every aspect of life, from the cultivation of the land to the interactions between community members. It was a lesson in humility, a reminder that even the most powerful magic is ultimately subservient to the delicate balance of the natural world. The ancient stories of the Tuatha De Danann, once just folklore, now held a deeper, more profound significance. They weren't simply tales to entertain, but profound metaphors, cautionary narratives, and inspirational examples woven into the very fabric of their lives. She understood the cyclical nature of existence, the ebb and flow of power, the importance of respecting the ancient ways, and the wisdom contained within the traditions of her ancestors. These stories were not just history, they were living lessons, offering guidance and perspective to navigate the complexities of the present and prepare for the uncertainties of the future. The journey had also revealed the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that bound together the mortal and spiritual realms, the seemingly disparate elements, the whispering wind, the rustling leaves, the flight of birds, all spoke a language she had learned to understand. She saw the magic not as something separate, but as an intrinsic part of the natural world, woven into the very fabric of existence. This understanding extended to the human spirit, recognizing the innate connection between people and the land, and the importance of preserving that bond. Her own transformation was as profound as the land's. The journey had stripped away layers of youthful naivete, revealing a strength and wisdom beyond her years. She had learned to trust her intuition, to embrace her vulnerabilities, and to find a solace in the quiet solitude of nature. She had discovered a deeper understanding of herself, her abilities, and her place within the grand tapestry of life. The young druid who had embarked on a solitary quest had been replaced by a woman imbued with a profound sense of purpose and an unwavering commitment to her people and the land she had helped to save. The responsibility she now bore was immense, but it was a responsibility she embraced with quiet determination. She knew that her work was far from finished. The balance she had restored was delicate, requiring constant vigilance and nurturing. The magic, once awakened, needed to be cultivated, protected, and passed on to future generations. This wasn't just a matter of maintaining the status quo. It was about fostering growth, encouraging innovation, and ensuring that the wisdom she had gained would continue to benefit the community for generations to come. Oife looked out at the moonlit landscape, a scene of quiet beauty and profound peace. The land, once teetering on the brink of magical oblivion, now pulsed with renewed vitality. The air hummed with a subtle energy, a testament to the delicate balance she had helped to restore. And in the stillness of the night, she felt a profound sense of gratitude, not just for the journey's end, but for the lessons learned, the challenges overcome, and the transformation that had been both profound and transformative. Her journey wasn't merely a story of magical restoration, it was a testament to the power of perseverance, the importance of community, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The land, its people, and her own spirit had been interwoven and strengthened. She was home, and she was ready for whatever the future held. A new era of harmony. The first sunrise after the restoration of magic was unlike any other. It wasn't just the brilliance of the sun, although that was certainly breathtaking, but the way the light seemed to dance, to shimmer with an almost visible energy. The air itself felt different, lighter, cleaner, infused with a vibrant hum that resonated deep within Awife's chest. It was a palpable sense of vitality, a joyous awakening that spread through the land. From the highest mountain peaks to the deepest valleys, the birdsong was more melodic, the wildflowers more vibrant, their colors intensified by the rejuvenated magic. Even the stones seemed to glow faintly, imbued with a subtle luminescence. The villagers emerged from their homes, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and relief. They moved with a newfound lightness, a sense of liberation that mirrored the feeling in the air. For generations, they had lived under the shadow of fading magic, a constant undercurrent of unease that permeated their daily lives. Now, that shadow was gone, replaced by a warmth that settled deep into their hearts, a warmth that reflected the restored balance of the land. The celebrations that followed were not mere festivities. They were expressions of profound gratitude, a testament to the enduring spirit of the community and their unwavering faith in Aoife. They danced under the newly invigorated sky, their laughter echoing through the valleys, a chorus of joy that celebrated the return of balance and the promise of a brighter future. The traditional songs, once sung with a hint of melancholy, now rang with an unrestrained exuberance. Their melodies seemed to intertwine with the restored magic, creating a harmonious symphony that resonated with the ancient rhythms of the land. The elders, their faces etched with the wisdom of generations, approached Oife, their eyes reflecting a profound respect. They placed a woven cloak of deep green wool, embroidered with silver threads, upon her shoulders. It wasn't just a garment, it was a symbol of their trust, a recognition of her role as a protector and guardian of their community and the land's magic. The weight of this responsibility was significant, but Aoife wore it with a quiet grace. her eyes reflecting the serenity that had settled over the land. The transformation wasn't limited to the physical realm. The villagers, emboldened by the restored magic, rediscovered their forgotten skills. Ancient crafts, long neglected, were revived. The weavers' looms sprang back to life, their threads imbued with a renewed vitality that produced cloth of breathtaking beauty and resilience. The smiths' fires burned brighter, their tools imbued with an almost sentient energy, creating tools and implements of unparalleled quality and strength. The stories and songs of the Tuatha De Danann, once confined to hushed whispers, now became a vibrant part of their culture, shared among the generations as stories and lessons rather than mere folklore. Children played amidst the wildflowers with an uninhibited joy. Their games were imbued with a playful magic, a natural extension of their connection to the restored world. The air was filled with the sounds of their laughter, echoing the happiness that had settled over the land, a happiness that sprang from the renewed harmony between nature and humankind. The elders, rather than holding their wisdom close, began to share it openly, imparting their knowledge to the younger generations, ensuring the preservation of their culture and the continuity of their relationship with the magical forces that had helped restore their land. The restored magic brought about more than just a return to normalcy. It ushered in an era of unprecedented creativity and prosperity. The land, reborn and vibrant, yielded bountiful harvests. The animals thrived, their coats shimmering with a renewed health and vitality. The river flowed freely, its waters clear and abundant, providing sustenance and enriching the land. This wasn't merely a restoration, it was a renaissance, a rebirth of life in all its vibrant forms. The landscape itself seemed to pulsate with a renewed energy, the subtle shimmer of magic weaving itself into the fabric of everyday life. Owafe, ever mindful of the delicate balance she had helped restore, established a grove dedicated to Bridget, the goddess of healing and creativity. This grove became a sanctuary, a place of reflection and learning, where the villagers could connect with the land's magic and share their experiences. The trees grew with remarkable speed, their leaves shimmering with a faint, magical light. Within the grove, Awif instructed the younger generation in the ancient ways, teaching them the importance of respecting the land's delicate balance and the power of ancient magic, weaving stories of the Tuatha De Danann into her teachings, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all living things. Her teaching went beyond simple instruction. It was a nurturing of the spirit, a guidance in the art of living in harmony with nature and the supernatural world. She emphasized the interconnectedness of all things, reminding them that their actions, no matter how small, had consequences that extended beyond their immediate surroundings. She encouraged them to listen to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the songs of the birds, urging them to find wisdom and guidance in the natural world. Her teachings were not rigid doctrines, but rather a living philosophy, evolving and adapting as the community grew and changed. Years passed, and the land continued to flourish. A wife, no longer a solitary young druid, became a revered elder, a respected leader, and a powerful symbol of hope and resilience. Her wisdom, tempered by experience, guided the community through times of both prosperity and challenge. She reminded them that the balance she had helped restore was a delicate thing, requiring constant vigilance and respect. She instilled in them the importance of community, of shared responsibility, and of the enduring power of cooperation. Her legacy was not simply the restored magic of the land, but the transformation of the community itself. The villagers, once burdened by fear and uncertainty, were now empowered, confident, and deeply connected to their land and their history. Their connection to the supernatural was not one of fear, but of respect, understanding, and cooperation. They understood that the mystical forces that surrounded them were not antagonists, but fellow inhabitants of their world, each with its own role to play in the delicate balance of nature. A wife's story became a legend, passed down through generations. It wasn't just a tale of a young druid's journey. It was a testament to the enduring power of human spirit, the importance of perseverance, and the transformative power of belief. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can flourish, and that the restoration of balance is not only possible, but profoundly rewarding for both the land and the people who call it home. The harmony she had brought about was not a static state, but a dynamic equilibrium, a constant interplay of forces requiring continuous nurturing and respect. And so the land continued to thrive, a testament to Aoife's enduring legacy and the wisdom of her people. The legend of Aoif, the young druid who restored balance to Ireland, became more than a legend. It became a living embodiment of the harmony and hope that blossomed in the heart of the Emerald Isle. Signs of change. The days following the grand celebration were filled with a quiet hum of activity. The villagers, no longer burdened by the fading magic, poured their energies into rebuilding and reimagining their lives. But beneath the surface of this renewed vitality, a subtle shift was occurring, a whisper of change in the very fabric of the land. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. The wind, once a gentle caress, now carried a sharper edge, a vibrant energy that tingled on the skin. It was as if the air itself had become alive, buzzing with an unseen current. One evening, as Awife sat by Bridget's sacred well, meditating on the restored balance, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the ancient stones that encircled the well. These stones, once dull and lifeless, now pulsed with a soft, ethereal light, their surfaces shimmering with an internal luminescence. The light wasn't constant. It ebbed and flowed, pulsating with a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the land itself. It was a subtle yet undeniable shift, a sign that the magic wasn't simply restored, but was evolving, expanding, reaching out to embrace new possibilities. The ley lines, the energetic pathways that crisscrossed the land, were also showing signs of renewed activity. For generations, these lines had been dormant, their power suppressed by the fading magic. Now they were awakening, their energy coursing through the land like rivers of light, illuminating the night with their ethereal glow. Awifi could sense their presence, feel their power thrumming beneath her feet, a vibrant energy that connected her to the very heart of the land. She felt a tingling sensation, a subtle hum that resonated deep within her bones, a connection to the ancient power that flowed through the veins of the earth. The whispers of the wind, once filled with the melancholy of fading magic, now carried a different tone, a sense of anticipation, of excitement, of new possibilities. They spoke of hidden pathways, of forgotten realms, of new magical energies that were stirring within the land. They were not mere sounds, but messages, subtle hints of a future yet to unfold, a future where magic was not just a relic of the past, but a vibrant force shaping the present and the future. One day, while walking through the newly revitalized forest, Awife stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood a single oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a welcoming giant. But this was no ordinary oak. Its bark glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, and its leaves shimmered with 1,000 different shades of green, gold, and silver. As she approached, she felt a surge of energy, a wave of power that washed over her, leaving her breathless and awestruck. The tree seemed to communicate with her, not through words, but through sensations, through feelings. She felt a sense of ancient wisdom, of boundless power, and of a deep connection to the land. The tree revealed to her that the restored magic was not merely a return to the past, but a leap into the future, a transformation that would reshape the land and its people in ways that were both profound and unpredictable. It was a gateway to a new era of magic, one filled with new possibilities and untold potential. The changes were not only evident in the natural world, they were also reflected in the villagers themselves. Their creativity surged, their skills sharpened, their minds opened to new possibilities. Their dreams were more vivid, their intuition heightened, their connection to the magical world more profound. The songs they sang were more vibrant, the stories they told more enthralling, and their arts more expressive. They worked together, sharing their skills and knowledge, creating a harmonious community where creativity flowed freely and innovation was celebrated. The children, in particular, seemed to be particularly attuned to the evolving magic. They played games that were infused with a spontaneous magic, their laughter echoing through the valleys, a symphony of unrestrained joy. Their imaginations soared, creating fantastical stories and adventures, their creative energy reflecting the boundless potential of the restored land. They sensed the change in the land intuitively, their games subtly reflecting the shift in the magical landscape. Even the animals seemed to be affected by the subtle shift in the magical energy. Their movements were more graceful, their senses more acute, their connection to the land more profound. They moved with a newfound confidence and vitality, reflecting the burgeoning magic that infused every aspect of the natural world. Their interactions with the villagers became more harmonious, more cooperative, reflecting the renewed balance that had been restored to the land. The ancient spirits, too, were affected by the shift in the balance of power. Some, once restless and agitated, now seemed calmer, more content, their energies integrated into the renewed harmony of the land. Others, sensing the new possibilities, began to emerge from their hidden realms, their presence felt in the rustling leaves, the whispering wind, and the gentle sway of the trees. They were not necessarily threatening, but rather curious, their energies a part of the evolving magical landscape. Aoife, with the help of the elders and the guidance of the spirits, began to understand the nature of this transformation. It wasn't just a restoration of the old magic. It was an evolution, a metamorphosis, a journey towards a new kind of magical equilibrium. It was a complex process filled with subtle shifts and unforeseen consequences, a delicate dance between the old and the new, the familiar and the unknown. The old ways were not being erased, but rather were being integrated, reformed, strengthened by the new magic blossoming around them. As the months passed, the signs of change became increasingly pronounced. The land pulsed with an almost tangible energy, a vibrant force that connected all living things. The ancient stones glowed with an intensified radiance, their surfaces shimmering with an otherworldly light. The ley lines pulsed with increased vigor, their energy coursing through the land like rivers of liquid light. The whispers of the wind carried messages of profound transformation, hinting at new magical possibilities. Oifi realized that her role was not simply to restore the old magic, but to guide the land and its people through this period of profound transformation. She understood that this was not merely a physical restoration, but a spiritual awakening, a profound shift in the consciousness of the land and its inhabitants. The land was not merely being healed, it was being reborn, its magic evolving and expanding in ways that were both exhilarating and awe-inspiring. This realization filled Aoife with a profound sense of responsibility, but also with a deep sense of hope and excitement. She knew that the journey ahead would be challenging, but she also knew that the rewards would be immeasurable. The future held both uncertainties and wonders, a tapestry woven from threads of ancient magic and vibrant new energies. A future where the balance between the mortal and the supernatural worlds was not merely restored, but transformed. The whispers of the future were no longer faint murmurs. They were now a powerful chorus, a symphony of change resonating throughout the land. The land was not merely healing, it was evolving, growing, transforming into something new and wondrous. This evolution, however, required vigilance, understanding, and a deep respect for the delicate balance of this newly evolved magical world. Aoife's journey was far from over. It was merely transforming into a new, even more challenging and fulfilling chapter. New challenges arise. The initial euphoria of the restored magic began to fade, replaced by a subtle unease. The vibrant energy that had pulsed through the land, a tangible hum beneath Oifa's feet, now felt different. It wasn't weaker, not exactly, but it was shifting, becoming less unified, more fractured, like a river encountering a rocky outcrop. Its flow was disrupted, its current momentarily diverted. The previously harmonious whispers of the wind now carried undercurrents of discord. Subtle dissonances emerged in the songs of the birds, and the once peaceful murmur of the streams held a sharper edge. Awife, attuned to the subtle nuances of the land's magic, sensed a subtle imbalance, a discordant note in the symphony of the restored world. It manifested in small ways at first. A farmer's crops, once bountiful, began to wither in isolated patches. A previously docile herd of sheep became restless, their bleating echoing with an unsettling urgency. A section of the ancient stone circle near the fairy hill began to crumble, its stones losing their ethereal glow. These were not catastrophic events, but they were significant, warning signs of a deeper problem. Oifi consulted with the elders, the keepers of ancient knowledge. They too felt the shift, a disquiet in the heart of the land. They spoke of a forgotten prophecy, a whisper of a time when the balance between the mortal and magical worlds would be tested, a time of subtle imbalances that could unravel the delicate harmony achieved with such difficulty. The prophecy spoke of a shadow in the light, a subtle corruption that would seep into the restored magic, poisoning it from within. It wouldn't be a dramatic invasion, a blatant attack. It would be insidious, a subtle decay that would slowly erode the vitality of the land. The elders warned that this threat would require vigilance, patience, and a deep understanding of the land's magic, an ability to discern the subtle threads of corruption from the vibrant tapestry of the restored balance. Oif's investigation led her to the forgotten pathways beneath the fairy hill, those shadowy tunnels where she had first encountered the mournful cries of the banshee. The air here felt heavier, the energy stagnant, a stark contrast to the vibrant magic that flowed through the rest of the land. She sensed a presence, a lurking shadow that clung to the darkness, feeding on the land's energy, following the faintest of whispers. Awefe discovered a hidden spring, its waters dark and murky, unlike the crystal-clear streams that nourished the land. These waters were tainted, their magic corrupted, poisoned by a dark energy that fed on the land's vitality. This was the shadow and the light, the subtle corruption that threatened to unravel the fragile harmony. The source of the corruption remained elusive, a phantom that slipped away at every turn. Our wife delved deeper into the ancient texts, seeking clues, searching for an understanding of the nature of this dark energy. The elders aided her, sharing ancient lore, forgotten rituals, and long-held secrets passed down through generations. They spoke of ancient beings, forgotten entities of shadow and darkness, whose power still lingered at the edges of the world. Through careful observation and deep meditation, Awaifs realized that the corrupted spring was not the source of the corruption, but merely a symptom. The true source was something far more insidious, a subtle imbalance in the flow of energy itself. The ley lines, once vibrant rivers of light, were now showing signs of stagnation in certain areas. The energy was not flowing freely. It was being blocked, diverted, and corrupted. This was a challenge far more subtle and complex than anything Awaif had faced before. It wasn't a monstrous beast to be vanquished, nor a malevolent spirit to be banished. It was a delicate imbalance in the fundamental energy of the land, a subtle discord that needed to be carefully addressed, a discord that could only be resolved with precision and finesse. Awaif embarked on a painstaking process of restoring the flow of energy. She spent countless days and nights working with the ley lines, carefully clearing the blockages, restoring the natural flow of energy. She used ancient rituals, weaving spells and chants that resonated with the heart of the land, gently coaxing the energy back into its natural rhythm. This was a delicate work, a painstaking process requiring patience, precision, and a deep understanding of the intricate network of magical energy that coursed through the land. One wrong move, one misplaced spell, could disrupt the entire balance, sending the land spiraling back into chaos. The work was slow and arduous, but gradually, with each cleared blockage, with each restored flow, the balance began to shift. The whispers of the wind became more harmonious, the songs of the birds more joyful, and the murmur of the streams more peaceful. The corrupted spring began to clear, its waters slowly regaining their purity. The farmers' crops revived, the sheep calmed, and the crumbling stones of the stone circle regained their ethereal glow. The land breathed a sigh of relief, its energy flowing freely once more. The subtle imbalance was not entirely vanquished, but it was contained, its threat neutralized. Awifi's quest was far from over. The whispers of the future continued, hinting at new challenges, new tests, new evolutions of the land's magic. But this time, Awifa was ready. She had learned the importance of vigilance, the value of patience, and the significance of a deep respect for the delicate balance between the mortal and the magical realms. The land was not merely restored, it was evolving, and Awaf was evolving with it, becoming a guardian of this intricate, constantly shifting balance, a guardian of the vibrant and ever-changing magic of the land. Her journey had shown her that the greatest challenges often lie not in the grand, dramatic battles, but in the subtle, persistent efforts required to maintain harmony in a world constantly in flux. The future held unknown challenges, but Awifi, armed with her wisdom and her unwavering connection to the land, stood ready to face them. The peace was not permanent, but a constant, vigilant tending. The work was never truly done, only ever evolving alongside the ever-changing landscape of magic. And Awefi, the young druid, knew that her journey, her life's work, was to be a constant dance of restoration and adaptation, a lifetime dedicated to the preservation and evolution of the land's delicate balance. Awifa's continued guidance. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and soft lavender. Awif stood atop the fairy hill, the wind whispering secrets through her unbound hair. The land, once teetering on the brink of magical oblivion, now hummed with a renewed, albeit fragile, vitality. The whispers of the future, once fraught with ominous foreboding, now carried a faint undercurrent of hope, a promise of a future where the mortal and mystical realms existed in harmonious coexistence. Her journey had been arduous, a relentless dance between darkness and light, a constant struggle to maintain the delicate balance of the land's magic. But she had prevailed, not through brute force or overwhelming power, but through patience, understanding, and an unwavering connection to the ancient rhythms of the earth. Her victory was not a singular event, a dramatic climax, but a slow, painstaking process of restoration and adaptation, a testament to the power of perseverance and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Now her task shifted. The immediate threat was neutralized, the immediate crisis averted. But the land's magic, like a living, breathing entity, was ever evolving, demanding constant vigilance. and a profound respect for its intricate, ever-shifting nature. Awefe understood this implicit responsibility. She knew her work was far from finished. Her victory was only a stepping stone, an essential prelude to the larger, ongoing task of safeguarding the land's unique and precious magic for generations to come. She began by establishing a network of younger druids, carefully selecting individuals who demonstrated not only a natural affinity for magic, but also a deep respect for the land and its delicate ecosystem. She taught them the ancient songs and chants, the forgotten rituals and potent spells, sharing her hard-won knowledge with unwavering generosity. She didn't just impart facts and techniques. She instilled in them a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between the mortal and the mystical, the importance of living in harmony with nature. Her lessons extended beyond the practical application of magic. She emphasized the importance of observation, the need to listen to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of the streams. She taught them to read the subtle signs of the land, to understand its moods, its needs, its vulnerabilities. She instilled in them a deep reverence for the ancient ways, encouraging them to learn from the past and adapt to the ever-changing present. Aoifel also stressed the importance of community. She organized gatherings where the druids shared their experiences, their insights, their challenges. These gatherings were not mere meetings. They were celebrations of the land's magic, occasions where the druids could connect with each other, strengthening their bonds and reinforcing their commitment to their shared responsibility. They shared stories, exchanging knowledge and understanding, ensuring that the legacy of their ancient tradition would endure. She wasn't just training the next generation of druids. She was building a community, fostering a network of individuals dedicated to protecting and preserving the land's magic. She understood that the future of the land's magic was inextricably linked to the vitality of its people, their understanding, and their collective commitment. It was a far-reaching vision, a project that transcended her own lifespan, extending to the future of Ireland itself. The land needed more than just powerful druids. It needed a community of guardians, deeply connected to the land, dedicated to its protection, and acutely aware of its delicate balance. Furthermore, Ahoifi recognized the crucial role of the wider community in preserving the land's magic. She didn't remain isolated in her secluded studies and sacred groves, she engaged actively with the ordinary people of Ireland, sharing her knowledge and wisdom in a way that was accessible and understandable. She held gatherings in villages and towns, sharing stories and parables that illustrated the importance of respecting the land and its magical energies. She emphasized the interconnectedness of all living things and encouraged people to appreciate the beauty and fragility of the natural world. She taught farmers sustainable practices, encouraging them to work in harmony with the land rather than exploiting it. She guided healers in using the land's natural resources to cure illnesses and promote well-being. She inspired artists to draw inspiration from the land's beauty and mystery, using their creativity to celebrate its magic. Her influence extended beyond the realm of magic. She touched every aspect of the community's life, imbuing it with a newfound respect for the land's natural power and its delicate balance. Awaken's legacy extended beyond the immediate restoration of the land's magic. She ensured that the stories, songs, and rituals associated with the land's magic were passed down through generations, preserving Ireland's unique heritage and ensuring that the knowledge and wisdom she had painstakingly acquired were not lost to time. She created a living archive, a repository of ancient knowledge, weaving stories into the very fabric of the Irish culture, thus ensuring that the magic would endure. Her teachings weren't confined to formal settings. They were embedded within the daily lives of the people, shaping their values, their beliefs, and their understanding of the world. Awaken's influence was so profound that respect for the land became an ingrained part of Irish culture, a shared ethos that ensured the land's continued protection and prosperity. It was a legacy that would extend far beyond her lifetime, a timeless treasure passed down through generations. Her stories became legends, her name a synonym for wisdom, resilience, and unwavering dedication to preserving the balance between the mortal and mystical worlds. The whispers of the future were no longer tinged with fear or uncertainty. They resonated with a sense of hope, a promise of a future where the magic of the land would thrive, nurtured and protected by generations of individuals, inspired by Awaken's unwavering commitment and profound wisdom. She had not merely restored the land's magic, she had woven it into the very heart of the people, ensuring its preservation and continuation far into the future. Her actions were a powerful testament to the enduring power of human spirit and the transformative potential of one individual who understood the symbiotic relationship between humankind and the natural world. Her legacy was a living testament to the enduring power of hope, resilience, and a deep and abiding love for the mystical land she called home. The whispers of the future, now filled with the echoes of her wisdom, promised a future where the magic would continue to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of Aoife's profound dedication. The balance, once precarious, was now secured not by force, but by the persistent, gentle care of a community that valued and respected the land and its mystical heritage. The future of Ireland, its vibrant magic interwoven into the fabric of its people's hearts, was secure, a beacon of hope in a world often too quick to forget the profound connection between humanity and the mystical forces that shaped its destiny. And Aoife, the young druid, became a legendary figure, a symbol of hope, reminding all that even in the face of overwhelming odds, a single person's unwavering commitment can restore balance, protect the sacred, and secure a brighter future for all. The legacy of the lullaby. The whispered lullaby, born under the silver glow of the moon and the ethereal mist of Bridget's well, was more than just a song. It was a catalyst, a spark that ignited a flame of renewed magic across the Emerald Isle. Its melody, initially a fragile whisper, grew in strength and resonance, echoing through valleys and across mountains, carrying with it a message of hope and resilience. Our wife, having restored the balance between the mortal and mystical realms, didn't rest on her laurels. She understood that the preservation of this delicate equilibrium required constant vigilance and a deep-rooted understanding within the community. The lullaby, therefore, became her most potent tool, a cultural touchstone that served as a living testament to her achievement. She began by sharing the lullaby with the younger druids she had trained. It wasn't simply a matter of rote memorization. It was a deeply personal and spiritual experience. She guided them through the intricacies of the melody, explaining the significance of each note, each pause, each subtle inflection. She helped them understand the inherent magic embedded within the words, the power they held to soothe restless spirits and restore harmony to the land. This wasn't just a musical composition, it was a living conduit of magical energy, a sacred chant passed down through the generations of the Tuatha De Danann. It was a piece of their heritage, their legacy. But Oif's efforts didn't stop with the druidic circle. She understood that the lullaby's power extended far beyond the realm of mystical practice. It needed to become a part of the everyday lives of the Irish people, a familiar melody that resonated with their hearts and souls. So she began to teach it to the bards, those keepers of stories and traditions. She challenged them to weave the lullaby's melody and message into their songs, their poems, their narratives. The bards, in turn, shared the lullaby with the people during gatherings and celebrations, intertwining it with their cultural fabric. It became a lullaby sung to children at bedtime, a song that soothed anxieties and comforted the weary. It was whispered during times of hardship, offering solace and reassurance. The lullaby's influence spread far and wide, penetrating the heart of Irish society. Mothers sang it to their children, imbuing them with a deep respect for the land and its magic. Farmers hummed it as they worked their fields, connecting with the earth's rhythm and nurturing its vitality. Healers used it as a tool to heal not only physical ailments, but also emotional wounds, harnessing its restorative powers to promote peace and well-being. The lullaby's gentle melody became an integral part of Irish life, binding the people to the land, reminding them of their connection to the ancient, mystical forces that shaped their history. Over time, the lullaby evolved. It was not a static entity, but a living, breathing composition that reflected the changing landscape of Ireland. New verses were added, reflecting the experiences and perspectives of different generations. The melodies shifted, incorporating influences from other musical traditions, yet retaining the core essence of its ancient origins. It remained a powerful symbol of unity, but also a testament to the ever-evolving nature of Irish culture. The original lullaby, composed by Awavi under the ethereal mist of Bridget's well, became the foundation, the bedrock of a living tradition that spanned centuries. Each generation added its own unique touches, its own individual interpretations, enriching the lullaby's legacy. Some verses celebrated harvests and bountiful years, reflecting the land's generosity. Others spoke of hardship and resilience, reminding the people of their ability to overcome adversity. Some incorporated newly discovered magical plants and creatures, reflecting the constant interplay between the mortal and mystical worlds. The lullaby became a cultural archive, a repository of Irish history and folklore, all woven into its mesmerizing melody. The lullaby's evolution also mirrored the changes in Ireland's landscape itself. as the land healed, new flowers blossomed, new animals roamed the forests, and new streams flowed through the valleys. These changes found their ways into the lullaby, becoming an integral part of its narrative. It became a living testament to the land's rejuvenation, its constant renewal, a reflection of the symbiotic relationship between humanity and nature. Each change to the lullaby reinforced the connection between the Irish people and the land, deepening their respect and appreciation for its magic. Centuries passed, and the lullaby became a profound symbol of hope and renewal, a constant reminder of Ahuif's bravery and the importance of maintaining balance. It was sung at weddings and funerals, celebrations and memorials, a powerful symbol of life's cyclical nature and the eternal connection between the past, present, and future. It was taught to children not only as a bedtime song, but also as a lesson in the importance of preserving the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The lullaby was more than a simple melody. It was a moral compass, guiding generations towards a future where respect for the land, its magic, and its intricate ecosystem were paramount. The lullaby served as a tangible link to Awifa's legacy, a way to honor her contributions to the preservation of Ireland's magic. It was sung in quiet moments of reflection, during festivals of celebration, and at times of quiet contemplation. It became a powerful symbol of the enduring spirit of the Irish people, their ability to adapt and persevere, and their unwavering commitment to preserving the beauty and magic of their land. The lullaby, initially a simple song designed to restore balance, had transformed into a cultural cornerstone, a living testament to the enduring power of one woman's vision and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And as the years rolled into centuries, a wife's lullaby continued to echo through the heart of Ireland, a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of magic, and a reminder that even the smallest act of courage can have the most profound and lasting consequences. The whispers of the future, once filled with fear, were now filled with the melody of hope, a melody woven into the very fabric of Irish life, thanks to the enduring legacy of Aoife and her magical lullaby, a timeless harmony. The generations that followed Aoife knew her not as a mere woman, but as a guardian, a mythical figure whose actions had reshaped their world. Her tale, initially whispered in hushed tones around crackling fires, gradually evolved into a grand epic a cornerstone of Irish folklore. Storytellers, bards, and Seanchaí storytellers embellished the narrative with each retelling, adding layers of detail, weaving in local legends and customs, enriching the story with the unique flavors of their own experiences. A wife's journey became a tapestry, a rich blend of fact and myth, seamlessly interwoven with the fabric of Irish identity. The silver stag, her constant companion, became a symbol of grace, guidance, and the unwavering strength of nature. The spirit wolves, protectors of her path, transformed into embodiments of courage, loyalty, and the inherent wildness of the Irish spirit. Even the mournful cries of the banshee, once harbingers of impending doom, took on a new significance, a melancholic yet beautiful testament to the ephemeral nature of life, reminding the listeners to cherish the moments shared and the connections forged. The riddles posed by the Lady of the Lake, once shrouded in mystery and challenge, became lessons in wisdom and self-discovery. They were interpreted and reinterpreted, their meanings shifting subtly over the centuries as societal values and perspectives changed. The riddles became not merely puzzles to solve, but gateways to understanding the deeper mysteries of the world, prompting introspection and encouraging a deeper connection with the natural world. They became metaphors for the challenges and triumphs of human existence, reflecting the complexities of life and the ongoing search for meaning. Bridget's sacred well, the location of the lullaby's creation, evolved into a place of pilgrimage, a sacred site where people journeyed to connect with the ancient magic of the land and to honor Awif's legacy. Pilgrims would leave offerings, small tokens of gratitude and respect beside the well, creating a living testament to the continuing power of Awifi's actions and the enduring faith in the power of the mystical realms. The well itself, once a hidden sanctuary, became a focal point, a nexus of energy and connection. The lullaby, the heart of Awef's accomplishment, remained the cornerstone of this evolving legend. It was not merely sung, it was experienced. Each note held a history, each verse a memory, each melody a reflection of the land's transformation and the enduring human spirit. It became the soundtrack to the lives of the Irish people, a comforting presence during times of hardship, a celebratory anthem during moments of joy, a lullaby to soothe anxious hearts, and a requiem to honor those who had passed on. Its melody was carried on the winds across the Emerald Isle, weaving itself into the very fabric of the nation's identity. The lullaby's enduring legacy transcended mere musicality. It became a symbol of unity, a testament to the power of community and the importance of shared experiences. The common understanding of the lullaby created a powerful sense of connection between the generations, bridging the gap between past, present, and future. Children learned it from their elders, sharing the same notes, the same verses, the same powerful message. This continual transmission created a living heritage, a deep-rooted connection that ran through the very heart of the Irish people, reinforcing their ties to their land and their ancestors. But the legend was not static. It continued to evolve, adapting to the changing tides of time and reflecting the shifting societal landscape. New verses were added, reflecting the new challenges and victories of each generation. Stories of bravery, resilience, and the enduring struggle against adversity became incorporated into the lullaby's narrative, adding another layer to its intricate texture. New interpretations of the older verses emerged, reflecting evolving perspectives on the natural world, societal changes, and individual understandings. The tales of Aoife and her journey fostered a profound respect for nature and its inherent magic. The story became a cautionary tale against the reckless exploitation of the land, reminding future generations of the delicate balance that needed to be maintained between humanity and nature. It emphasized the importance of harmony, highlighting the interconnectedness of all living things and the consequences of disrupting this balance. The legend provided a framework for a sustainable relationship with the natural world, inspiring future generations to live in harmony with their environment. Awif's story became a constant source of inspiration, reminding the people that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, one individual's courage and unwavering belief can change the world. It instilled a sense of hope, demonstrating that even when magic seems to fade, it can be revived with perseverance, faith, and a deep respect for the ancient traditions and mystical forces that shaped their world. The legend inspired individuals to confront challenges with bravery and determination, trusting in their own abilities and believing in the power of unity. Furthermore, Aoife's legend fostered a vibrant cultural identity. The stories surrounding her journey, the lullaby she created, and the magical creatures she encountered became an integral part of the Irish cultural heritage. They reinforced a sense of community, shared history, and cultural pride. fostering a strong sense of belonging and shared identity. The legend was not simply a story, it became a reflection of their people, their values, and their unique cultural traditions. Over the centuries, countless variations of Eowife's tale emerged. Each retelling added its unique flair, reflecting the diverse regions, dialects, and cultural nuances of the Irish people. Each variation enriched the legend, reflecting the continuous evolution of Irish culture and the vibrant storytelling tradition that shaped its identity. Yet, the core message of Awef's story remained constant: the importance of preserving balance, protecting nature, respecting the power of ancient magic, and believing in the strength of the human spirit. Her legend echoed through the ages, a timeless harmony that persisted, a testament to Awef's enduring legacy. Years later, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange, molten gold, and deep amethyst. Aoife, her silver hair a shimmering halo against the vibrant backdrop, sat by Bridget's sacred well. The water, once murky and restless, now flowed with a gentle, murmuring serenity, reflecting the tranquil sky above. Years had passed since her solitary journey, years since she had woven the whispered lullaby that had lulled the land into a peaceful slumber. Years had transformed her from a young druid, brimming with youthful determination, into a wise elder, her eyes reflecting the accumulated wisdom of centuries. The land itself bore witness to the enduring power of her actions. The once fading magic of the Tuatha De Danann pulsed with renewed vigor, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of nature and the whispers of ancient spirits. The air hummed with a subtle energy, a palpable sense of peace that permeated every blade of grass, every rustling leaf, every soaring bird. The fairy rings, once shrouded in an unsettling stillness, now buzzed with the playful energy of mischievous sprites and the ethereal glow of fey folk. The shadowy tunnels beneath the fairy hill, previously filled with the chilling whispers of restless spirits, now echoed with the gentle songs of unseen creatures, their melodies weaving a harmonious counterpoint to the rustling leaves and murmuring streams. Even the banshee, whose mournful cries had once sent shivers down the spines of the villagers, now sang a different tune. Her cries, though still tinged with melancholy, held a note of acceptance, a bittersweet acknowledgment of life's fleeting nature rather than a harbinger of doom. The mournful lament transformed into a haunting yet beautiful melody, a poignant reflection of life's cyclical nature, reminding the living to cherish each moment. The Lady of the Lake, her riddles still imbued with ancient wisdom, now greeted visitors with a gentler disposition, her questions aimed less at testing their wit and more at guiding their souls. Her riddles became less about solving puzzles and more about understanding the intricate tapestry of existence, challenging them to explore the depths of their own being and discover their place within the grand scheme of things. Always watched as a family of deer grazed peacefully in the meadow near the well, their coats the color of burnished copper, their movements graceful and serene. The silver stag, her faithful companion on her journey, had long since passed on, yet his spirit remained a comforting presence in the heart of the land. She saw his essence reflected in the eyes of the deer, a silent acknowledgement of their shared lineage, a testament to the enduring bond between the mortal and supernatural worlds. The spirit wolves, once her fierce protectors, now roamed the land unseen, their watchful presence a reassuring assurance of safety and protection, a subtle but constant reminder of their unwavering loyalty and fierce devotion. Generations of druids gathered around Bridget's well, their faces reflecting both reverence and anticipation. They sought not just to learn from Awafy's past, but to draw strength from her present. Our wife, the legendary guardian, the woman who had single-handedly revived the land's fading magic, was not merely a figure from their history books. She was a living embodiment of their heritage, their faith, and their connection to the ancient ways. They were drawn to her wisdom, her gentle strength, and her deep connection to the land and its mystical inhabitants. Awe Faye shared her stories, not just the tales of her own adventures, but the accumulated knowledge of generations past. She spoke of the delicate balance between the mortal and supernatural realms, the importance of respecting nature's inherent power, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. She spoke of the ancient songs, the forgotten rituals, and the hidden connections between the earth, the sky, and the unseen world. She taught them the importance of listening to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the murmur of the streams, for in these seemingly insignificant sounds lay the secrets of the land, the echoes of forgotten magic. Her voice, though weathered by time, carried a profound depth, each word imbued with the weight of centuries. She spoke not just with her lips, but with her heart, her words weaving a tapestry of wisdom, courage, and profound understanding. Her eyes held a timeless depth, reflecting the serene beauty of the land, the enduring power of magic, and the profound hope for future generations. She taught them to respect the delicate balance between humanity and nature, reminding them that the fate of the land and the people were inextricably intertwined. Her stories were not simply narratives of the past, they served as maps for the future, guiding the young druids on their own paths of discovery and self-discovery. She taught them the importance of listening to the whispers of the land, of understanding the language of nature, and of respecting the mystical forces that shaped their world. She instilled in them a sense of responsibility, a deep understanding that they were caretakers of the land, custodians of its ancient magic, and protectors of its delicate balance. As the years turned into decades, and decades into centuries, Awife's legacy continued to grow. Bridget's Well became a pilgrimage site, a sacred space where people came to connect with the ancient magic of the land and to pay homage to the woman who had brought peace and tranquility to the Emerald Isle. Her lullaby, once whispered secrets, became an anthem of unity and hope, a powerful reminder of the enduring human spirit and the power of collective belief. The melody itself held a vibrant history, each note a testament to the land's transformation, each verse an echo of the past, and each chorus a promise for the future. Even in her twilight years, Aoife remained a steadfast guardian of the land, her presence a beacon of hope and inspiration. The very air around her seemed to shimmer with ancient magic, a reflection of the profound connection she had forged with the land and its mystical inhabitants. Her wisdom transcended generations, her influence resonating through time, her legacy shaping the future of Irish Druids and reinforcing their profound connection to the ancient ways. Her story, once a whispered secret, became an integral part of Irish folklore, a timeless tale of courage, determination, and the enduring power of belief. The land thrived under her watchful eye, a testament to her enduring legacy and the revitalized magic that pulsed through the very heart of the Emerald Isle. The peace she had brought to the land was not a fleeting moment, but a lasting legacy, a testament to the profound transformation she had wrought and the enduring power of a single person's unwavering belief. The passing of time, the centuries unfolded like the slow, deliberate unfurling of a fern frond. Generations rose and fell, their lives a tapestry woven with threads of joy, sorrow, love, and loss, all played out against the backdrop of the revitalized magic that pulsed through the heart of Ireland. Awaken, the woman who had orchestrated this transformation, watched from a distance, a silent guardian. Her presence felt more than seen. The silver of her hair, once a vibrant gleam, now mirrored the soft moonlight filtering through the ancient oaks. Her eyes, however, held the same unwavering strength, the same profound understanding of the delicate balance she had restored. Bridget's Well, once a site of unrest, became a place of pilgrimage, a sacred space where people from all corners of the land came to connect with the ancient magic, to feel the tranquil pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They came not just to honor Oif's memory, but to draw strength from the legacy she had left behind, a legacy etched not in stone, but in the very essence of the land itself. The air hummed with a constant, low thrum of energy, a vibrant testament to the restored magic that flowed through the veins of the island. The young druids, trained in the ancient ways by Ovoife and her successors, carried her lessons forward. They understood the intricate language of nature, the whispers of the wind, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the streams. They learned to listen to the earth, to interpret the subtle signs that revealed the land's moods and needs. They were not merely guardians of ancient lore. They were active participants in the ongoing conversation between humanity and the natural world. Their reverence for the land was not passive worship, but an active partnership, a shared responsibility for the well-being of all living things. The mournful cries of the banshee, once a harbinger of doom, became a poignant lament, a bittersweet reminder of life's cyclical nature. It was a song of acceptance, not of despair, a song that spoke of the beauty inherent in both life and death, the ebb and flow of existence. The Lady of the Lake, too, softened with time, her riddles evolving from intellectual challenges into profound philosophical inquiries, guiding those who sought her wisdom towards a deeper understanding of themselves and their place in the cosmos. The fairy rings, once shrouded in mystery and sometimes fear, now pulsed with a joyous energy. The sprites, their laughter echoing through the air, danced among the wildflowers, their tiny forms a testament to the enduring magic of the land. The shadowy tunnels beneath the fairy hill, once haunted by restless spirits, now echoed with the gentle music of unseen creatures, their melodies a soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves and murmuring streams. The land, once burdened by fading magic, now throbbed with a vibrant, renewed energy, a silent testament to Awefe's unwavering commitment to its restoration. The stories of Awefe's journey, passed down through generations, became interwoven with the very fabric of Irish folklore. They were not just tales of a courageous young druid. They were powerful reminders of the enduring human spirit, the profound connection between humanity and nature, and the importance of respecting the delicate balance of the world. Each generation added its own nuances, its own interpretations, enriching the narrative and solidifying its place within the heart of the Irish people. The silver stag, though long departed from the physical world, remained a powerful symbol of guidance and protection. Its image appeared in the swirling mists that often shrouded the fairy hill, a fleeting glimpse of its ethereal form, a reminder of its enduring presence in the land. The spirit wolves, too, continued their vigilant watch over the land, their presence subtly felt, a comforting assurance of safety and protection. They were not just mythological creatures. They represented the unseen forces that guarded and nurtured the land, ensuring its continued well-being. Eowif's legacy extended far beyond the revival of the land's magic. It was a legacy of courage, resilience, and unwavering belief in the power of one person to make a profound difference in the world. Her wisdom, passed down through generations of druids, became the foundation of a new era of harmony between humanity and the supernatural, a testament to the enduring power of collective belief and the importance of respecting the delicate balance between the mortal and ethereal realms. The peace she had brought was not merely a temporary reprieve, but a fundamental shift in the very essence of the land. It was a peace woven into the fabric of existence, a peace reflected in the tranquil flow of Bridget's well, in the gentle rustling of the leaves, in the playful dance of the sprites, and in the unwavering serenity that permeated every corner of the Emerald Isle. It was a peace that transcended time, a legacy that would endure as long as the land itself, a testament to the profound and enduring power of a single person's unwavering belief and courageous actions. The land, under the watchful gaze of countless generations of druids, continued to thrive, a vibrant tapestry of nature and magic, a constant reminder of the harmony restored by Awaken, a harmony that would endure for centuries to come. The passing of time did not diminish Awefe's influence. It amplified it. Her story, once a whispered secret among the druids, became a foundational myth, a testament to the enduring power of faith and the potent connection between humanity and the mystical forces that shaped their world. Her actions served as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, the human spirit, when fueled by a deep belief and unwavering determination, can achieve extraordinary things. The land, enriched by her legacy, continued to flourish, a testament to her enduring spirit and a constant reminder that the smallest act of kindness, courage, and belief can have a profound impact on the world, leaving an enduring legacy that resonates through generations. Her legend became a part of the land itself, whispered on the wind, sung by the banshee, reflected in the shimmering waters of Bridget's Well, a living legacy that would endure long after the passing of centuries. The enduring magic. The centuries spun onward, each year adding another layer of emerald green to the vibrant tapestry of Ireland. The land, once threatened by the fading magic of the Tuatha De Danann, now pulsed with a vibrant, renewed energy. This wasn't merely a return to a previous state, it was an evolution, a deepening of the inherent magic that flowed through the earth, the air, and the very spirit of the people. Oife's lullaby, whispered on the wind and carried by the murmuring streams, had not simply calmed the restless spirits, it had awakened a profound understanding within the land itself. The young druids, successors to Awef's legacy, continued to nurture this burgeoning magic. They didn't merely study ancient texts, they lived the ancient ways, becoming intimately connected with the land's rhythms and secrets. They learned to decipher the language of the wind, the whispers of the trees, the subtle shifts in the earth's energy. They understood that magic wasn't something separate from nature. It was nature, an intrinsic part of the interconnectedness of all living things. Their training was rigorous, a blend of practical skills and spiritual understanding. They learned herbal remedies from the wisdom of the earth, harnessing the healing properties of plants and flowers. They mastered the intricate art of weaving spells, using the power of words, herbs, and crystals to mend the land and heal its inhabitants. They understood that true magic wasn't about controlling nature, but about working in harmony with it, respecting its delicate balance, and recognizing its inherent power. The stories of Awef's journey, once confined to the hushed whispers of the Druids, became increasingly interwoven into the very fabric of Irish culture. They were told around crackling fires, sung in ancient melodies, and danced in lively celebrations. The tales were not just entertainment, they were living lessons, imparting the importance of courage, resilience, and the deep connection between humanity and the natural world. Each generation added its own interpretations, its own understanding, enriching the narrative and solidifying its enduring significance. Bridget's Well, once a source of unrest, became a place of pilgrimage, a sacred space where people came to connect with the land's ancient magic. They didn't come seeking miracles. They came seeking connection, seeking a deeper understanding of themselves and their place within the interconnected web of life. The well's waters, once murky and disturbed, now flowed with a crystal clarity, reflecting the serene peace that permeated the land. The fairy rings, once sites of mystery and apprehension, now pulsed with a joyous energy. The sprites, their laughter echoing through the air, danced among the wildflowers, their vibrant energy a testament to the restored balance between the mortal and supernatural worlds. They were no longer seen as mischievous creatures, but as integral parts of the land's vibrant ecosystem, their playful energy mirroring the land's renewed vitality. Even the banshee's cry, once a harbinger of death and despair, transformed her mournful lament while still carrying a note of sorrow, now resonated with a deeper understanding of life's cyclical nature. It was a song of acceptance, a recognition of the beauty inherent in both life and death, a reminder that all things are interconnected and that even in endings there is beauty and renewal. The Lady of the Lake, too, experienced a shift. Her riddles, once enigmatic challenges, became profound philosophical inquiries, guiding those who sought her wisdom towards a greater self-understanding. She became a mentor, offering guidance and illumination to those who sought it, nurturing their spiritual growth and helping them to understand their connection to the land and to each other. The shadowy tunnels beneath the fairy hill, once filled with restless spirits, now echoed with the harmonious melodies of unseen creatures. The music, a blend of ethereal whispers and enchanting melodies, created a soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves and murmuring streams, a constant reminder of the tranquil harmony that now permeated the land. The restless spirits, once bound by their unresolved issues, found peace and resolution, their energy transforming into a positive force that contributed to the land's overall serenity. The silver stag, while no longer physically present, continued to be a powerful symbol of guidance and protection. Its ethereal form was sometimes glimpsed in the swirling mists that shrouded the fairy hill, a fleeting reminder of its unwavering presence. The spirit wolves, too, remained vigilant guardians, their unseen presence a comforting assurance of safety and protection, a silent testament to the harmonious coexistence of the mortal and supernatural realms. Eowif's legacy was far-reaching. It wasn't just about restoring the land's magic. It was about restoring balance, harmony, and a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. It was a legacy of courage, unwavering belief, and an unwavering commitment to the preservation of the natural world and its delicate balance with the supernatural. Generations of druids continued to uphold her teachings, becoming guardians of the land and its magic, ensuring the harmonious coexistence between the mortal and supernatural worlds. They were not mere custodians of ancient knowledge, but active participants in the ongoing dialogue between humanity and nature, constantly working to preserve the balance and harmony that Awai had painstakingly restored. The magic of Ireland, reborn through Oif's actions, wasn't a fleeting phenomenon. It was a fundamental shift in the very essence of the land, a profound transformation that touched every aspect of life. It was woven into the fabric of existence, reflected in the tranquil flow of Bridget's well, the gentle rustling of leaves, the playful dance of sprites, and the unwavering serenity that permeated every corner of the Emerald Isle. This enduring magic was a constant reminder of the power of one person's unwavering belief and the profound impact a single act of courage can have on the world. The land, vibrant and alive, stood as a testament to the enduring magic of Ireland, a legacy that would continue to thrive for centuries to come, a testament to Offa's unwavering dedication and the enduring power of her belief. The magic of Ireland, woven into the very heart of its people and landscape, would continue to flow, a living, breathing testament to the enduring power of hope, faith, and the harmonious coexistence of the mortal and supernatural worlds. The land breathed, it pulsed with life, a magnificent testament to the enduring magic, a magic that Awai had not only revived, but had profoundly redefined. Whispers of the future. The centuries unfolded, each one painting new hues onto the vibrant canvas of Ireland's magic. Oif's lullaby, once a whispered plea, had become a foundational hum, resonating deep within the earth, a constant reassurance of the balance she had painstakingly restored. The land, once teetering on the precipice of magical oblivion, now thrived, a verdant testament to the enduring power of hope and connection. But the whispers of the future, carried on the wind through rustling leaves and murmuring streams, hinted at new challenges, new tests of the fragile harmony Awif had established. The young druids, trained in the ancient ways and imbued with a deep understanding of the land's inherent magic, faced a different kind of threat. No longer were they confronting the fading power of the Tuatha De Danann, but the encroaching shadow of human ambition, a relentless drive for progress that often disregarded the delicate balance of nature, the construction of sprawling cities, the relentless pursuit of resources, and the disregard for the land's inherent rhythms threatened to disrupt the harmony a wave had so painstakingly achieved. The ancient forests, once sacred groves where the spirits of nature resided, were being felled, their ancient wisdom lost to the relentless march of progress. The druids, ever vigilant, acted as guardians, tirelessly working to mitigate the impact of human encroachment. They didn't fight against progress. They sought to guide it, to steer it towards a path that respected the land's inherent magic and its delicate balance. They worked with the burgeoning human settlements, teaching sustainable practices, showing them how to live in harmony with the land rather than dominating it. They helped establish nature reserves, preserving pockets of untouched wilderness where the ancient magic could continue to thrive. They educated the people, reminding them of the profound connection between humanity and the natural world, the critical importance of respecting the land's inherent rhythms, and the dire consequences of neglecting its delicate balance. Their methods were subtle, their influence pervasive. They used their knowledge of herbalism to create remedies that healed both the land and its inhabitants. They wove spells that encouraged the growth of forests and the proliferation of wildlife, subtly guiding nature's processes to restore balance where human activity had caused disruption. They taught the people the language of the land, enabling them to understand the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the subtle shifts in the earth's energy. They emphasized the interconnectedness of all living things, reinforcing the understanding that humanity was not separate from nature, but an integral part of its complex tapestry. Yet, even with their tireless efforts, the future remained uncertain. The whispers of change were not always gentle. Sometimes they carried the weight of conflict, of opposing forces, vying for dominance. New challenges emerged, testing the strength of the harmony Oif had established. The very magic she had restored, once a source of tranquility, began to manifest in unexpected ways, reflecting the complexities of the evolving relationship between humanity and nature. The fairy rings, once places of playful revelry, occasionally pulsed with an unsettling energy. The sprites, though still joyous, seemed at times to be reacting to the changes in the land, their behavior unpredictable, their laughter carrying an undercurrent of concern. The whispers of the wind carried tales of unrest in the other world, a subtle shift in the balance of power between the supernatural forces that coexisted with the mortal realm. The Lady of the Lake, wise and enigmatic, sometimes spoke in riddles that carried an air of foreboding, her pronouncements veiled in cryptic warnings. The banshee's cry, though now a song of acceptance, sometimes held a sharper edge, a hint of a looming threat. The shadowy tunnels beneath the fairy hill, once filled with harmonious melodies, occasionally echoed with dissonant notes, reflecting the tensions that were slowly emerging in the mortal world. The silver stag, a symbol of guidance, appeared less frequently, its ethereal form a fleeting reminder of the precarious balance that the land now held. The spirit wolves, once steadfast guardians, seemed to move with a heightened sense of vigilance, sensing the growing discord that threatened to unravel the delicate harmony. But despite these unsettling changes, the foundation that Awaf had laid remained unshaken. The legacy of her lullaby, a symphony of peace and understanding, resonated through the land, a constant reminder of the power of harmony and connection. The druids, guided by her unwavering spirit, continued to work tirelessly to preserve the balance, to navigate the complexities of the evolving world. They were not fighting a losing battle. They were adapting, evolving, their wisdom constantly evolving alongside the changes in the world around them. The future, though uncertain, was not without hope. The legacy of Awef's journey, woven into the very fabric of Irish culture, provided the strength and wisdom needed to face the challenges that lay ahead. The stories of her courage, her unwavering faith, and her profound connection with the land served as a constant source of inspiration, reminding the people that even in the face of adversity, there was always the possibility of restoring balance, of achieving harmony, between humanity and nature. The magic of Ireland, reborn through Awife's efforts, was not a static entity. It was a dynamic force, ever changing, ever evolving. It reflected the delicate balance between humanity and nature, a constant negotiation between the mortal and supernatural worlds. It was a testament to the enduring power of hope, a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, the possibility of harmony remained. The land continued to breathe, to pulse with life, a dynamic reflection of the ongoing dialogue between the mortal and supernatural, a testament to the resilience of nature and the enduring power of the human spirit. The whispers of the future were a constant reminder that the journey was ongoing, the work of preserving harmony never truly complete, but the foundation, built upon peace, understanding, and a profound respect for nature, was strong enough to weather any storm. The magic was woven into the very soil, the air, the rivers, and the hearts of the people, a reminder of Awefe's legacy. It was a constant, vibrant pulse, a reminder that even as the world changed, the fundamental harmony between humanity and nature could endure, always seeking a new balance, ever adapting, a continual evolving dance of light and shadow. The future was a tapestry waiting to be woven, with threads of challenge and threads of hope, and the legacy of Awaf ensured that those who followed would have the wisdom, courage, and unwavering belief to create a future where magic and nature continued to thrive in a delicate, enduring balance. The whispers continued, but they were not whispers of fear. They were whispers of a future yet unwritten, a future yet to be woven, a future rich with the promise of a continuing harmony, a testament to the strength of the past and the ever-evolving magic of Ireland, a timeless legacy. The wind carried whispers of Awife's name across the emerald hills of Ireland, a soft murmur woven into the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. Generations passed, each inheriting the legacy of the young druid who had dared to challenge the fading magic and restore the delicate balance between the mortal and supernatural realms. Her tale, once whispered in hushed tones around crackling fires, became a cornerstone of Irish folklore, a vibrant thread woven into the tapestry of their culture. Children learned of her journey, of the silver stag, the spirit wolves, and the whispered lullaby that had calmed the restless spirits and awakened the dormant magic of the land. They learned of her encounters with the banshee, her riddles with the lady of the lake, her unwavering courage in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. The story of Aoif served as more than just a captivating legend. It became a guiding principle, a living testament to to the power of belief and the importance of preserving harmony with nature. The Druids, her successors, continued to uphold her legacy, tirelessly working to protect the balance she had so painstakingly restored. They were not mere guardians of the land, they were its custodians, understanding the intricate dance between the mortal and supernatural worlds. They understood that the magic of Ireland was not a static entity, but a dynamic force, ever shifting, ever evolving, reflecting the delicate interplay between humanity and nature. The centuries that followed saw the rise and fall of kingdoms, the ebb and flow of human civilizations, yet the essence of Awifa's message remained, echoing through the ages. Her lullaby, once a whispered plea, became an intrinsic part of the land itself, a constant hum that vibrated beneath the earth, a subtle yet powerful reminder of the harmony she had achieved. It was a melody woven into the very fabric of Ireland, a constant reassurance of the enduring connection between humanity and the natural world. The Druids, guided by Awaken's example, continued to teach the people the ancient ways, reminding them of the profound responsibility they held as inhabitants of a land rich in magic and mystical energy. They taught them to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the birds, to appreciate the subtle shifts in the earth's energy. They emphasized the interconnectedness of all living things, highlighting the importance of respecting the land's rhythms and understanding the consequences of disrupting its delicate balance. Their teachings were not just words, they were a way of life, a philosophy that permeated every aspect of Irish culture. They established sanctuaries, places of quiet contemplation and reverence for nature, where the ancient magic continued to thrive. These sanctuaries weren't just protected areas, they were living libraries, brimming with knowledge passed down through generations, reminding people of the importance of coexisting with nature rather than dominating it. They taught sustainable practices, showing how humanity could thrive in harmony with the land, ensuring that the magic of Ireland would continue to flourish for generations to come. The legacy of awaken extended beyond the physical realm. It permeated the very spirit of the Irish people, shaping their values, their beliefs, and their relationship with the land. Her story was a constant reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, hope could prevail, that harmony could be restored, and that the balance between humanity and nature was not only possible, but essential. It was a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, the strength of faith, and the profound connection between the mortal world and the mystical realms. The whispers of Aoife's name continued to be heard, not only in the rustling leaves and murmuring streams, but also in the hearts of those who understood the profound lesson of her journey. Her tale served as a beacon of hope, reminding generations that the preservation of nature and the wisdom of ancient magic were not mere relics of the past, but essential elements for a thriving future. Her legacy wasn't just about the land she protected. It was about the enduring spirit of hope, resilience, and the unwavering belief in the possibility of harmony between humanity and nature. The magic of Ireland, reborn through Oife's efforts, continued to evolve, mirroring the complexities of the relationship between humanity and the land. It was a testament to the dynamic nature of magic, its capacity to adapt and respond to the changing world. The fairy rings, the banshee's cry, the lady of the lake, these elements of the mystical landscape continue to play their part, reflecting the ongoing dialogue between the mortal and supernatural realms. The druids, ever vigilant, navigated this evolving landscape, their wisdom informed by Aoife's journey and the centuries of experience that followed. They faced new challenges, new threats, but their unwavering commitment to preserving the balance remained. Their understanding of the land and its inherent magic serving as their guide. They were the keepers of the flame, the guardians of Awaife's legacy, ensuring that her message, a message of hope, harmony, and a profound respect for nature, would resonate through the ages. The story of Awaife wasn't just a tale of the past, it was a living testament to the enduring power of faith, the resilience of the human spirit, and the importance of preserving the delicate balance between humanity and the mystical forces that shape our world. It was a reminder that the magic of Ireland, and indeed the magic of the world, is not something to be conquered or controlled, but something to be understood, respected, and nurtured. And as long as the whispers of her name continued to be heard, the legacy of Awife would ensure that the magic would endure, ever evolving, ever adapting, a constant reminder of the profound harmony that exists between humanity and the natural world. The generations that followed Aoife learned from her story, understanding the profound interconnectedness of all things. They learned to appreciate the subtle rhythms of nature, recognizing the importance of living in harmony with the land, not as its masters, but as its custodians, they developed a deep reverence for the ancient magic that permeated Ireland, understanding that it was not a force to be feared, but a force to be understood and respected. Awif's legacy was not just a story, it was a way of life, a guiding principle that shaped their worldview and their actions. The Druids, ever vigilant, continued to pass down the wisdom of their ancestors, ensuring that the knowledge of ancient magic was preserved and shared. They were not merely keepers of tradition, they were innovators, adapting their practices to the changing world while remaining true to the core principles that Awaf had established. They understood that the magic of Ireland was not static, it was a living, breathing force that constantly evolved and adapted to its surroundings. The magic of Ireland, enhanced by Oivoif's actions, became a source of strength and inspiration for generations to come. It was a reminder that even in the face of adversity, hope could endure, that harmony could be restored, and that the balance between humanity and nature was not just possible, but essential for a thriving future. Awif's story served as a timeless reminder that magic, in its purest form, is not about wielding power, but about fostering understanding and respect for the world around us. The whispers of Awaf's name, carried of the wind, continue to echo across the emerald hills of Ireland, a testament to the enduring power of her legacy. Her story, once a whispered legend, became a guiding principle, a living testament to the importance of maintaining harmony with nature and the mystical forces that shape our world. And as long as her story continued to be told, her spirit and the magic she restored would live on, a beacon of hope for generations to come. The whispers of the future were not whispers of fear, but promises of enduring magic, a continuation of the dance between humanity and the mystical world, a testament to the enduring power of a single druid's courage and the enduring strength of the land she loved.